Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting to order. Today is Monday, August 16, 2010. If you could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And to make this meeting official, I'd ask Clerk Spencer to call the roll, please.
Gudenkauf.
Here.
Pezza.
Here.
Shea.
Here.
Leader.
Here.
Rose. Absent. Bram.
Here.
Hipskin.
Here.
York.
Here.
Nybo.
Here.
Healy.
Here.
Morley.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Mulliner.
Here.
Wagner.
Here.
13 present, 1 absent.
13 present, 1 absent. We have an official quorum. First item on the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting is a list of series of issues for the July flooding event that we had. With us we have also Christopher Burke from Christopher Burke Engineering, who has been hired and retained by the city to be a third-party engineer and give us a fresh set of eyes at our infrastructure, initially at our situation with our pumping stations to make sure that staff was reporting correctly that things were on, and Mr. Burke did a great presentation, I believe, last week, confirming all of our, especially that Sailor Jackson pump was in fact running, and we appreciate his knowledge, his intellect. He's the master of stormwater, and that's why I've sought him out. So, with that, I would go on to the first item of the list, which is the engagement of stormwater consulting, for the engineer. And if anybody has any questions on that, or if concerns regarding that engagement. Anybody? Alderman Mulliner.
Yeah, I appreciate getting the resume and the information. One of the issues that I still have, and it's just kind of an outstanding issue, is I'd like to know what the cost is. We're engaging people. We're going to have some significant costs involved in all of these different things, and I've seen nothing that gives us an idea of what we're going to be paying Mr. Burke or Dr. Burke for the work that he's about to perform for us.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions or discussion on Alderman Gudenkauf?
Yes, I think we've talked a lot about the various kinds of things a consulting engineer can do for us, but it would help me if we could have a summary of exactly what services that we anticipate that we're contracting for, so that we have a good idea of what what to expect from this consultant.
Okay. Any other discussion? Questions? Okay. Well, initially, Mr. Burke was retained to look at the specific issues of pumping, where stations working, to look at the SCADAs on the computers that actually give record of history of the Sailor Jackson lift station, which he gave a thorough report on. Many of us would like to see him possibly go forward and actually look at and work with the task force, which will be named here shortly, to actually look at the infrastructure on Washington, on Pine, et cetera, to see, what types of issues we have with those specific areas. I know Alderman Pezza had some questions, and there were Assistant City Manager Kopp actually put a little map in, which has all the areas that were reported, some with clusters, some isolated, of problem areas with water. I think this is pretty telling, especially in the 5th and the 7th wards and the 4th ward and Pine Street. That we've got some clusters of problems, and we have some isolated issues as well too. But fortunately, if there is a fortunate side to this, we had less than, I believe, 1,000 homes with water of the 15,000. In other communities like Westchester and Bellwood and many of the other communities around us, those towns were 2/3 underwater. In other words, if we had 2/3, we'd have 10,000 homes. So we have specific pockets that have issues, and that's why I think Mr. Burke, hopefully, if we move forward with his consulting expertise, would be able to, whoever we end up going with, would be able to analyze our infrastructure, work with our task force, work with our staff to come up with solutions of how we can move this water around, where we can put the water. Is it possible to put more water in the creek? Is it possible to go directly to the quarry? what are our options. But this is, I think, what we would expect in the future if we were to move forward with Mr. Burke or whoever firm we end up choosing to go with. Alderman Mulliner?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that. I think the idea of hiring a consultant to assist us and to kind of review everything, I think is an excellent idea. I guess what I'd like to see is a couple of things. One is I'd like to see us as a council and staff develop, whether it's an RFP or whatever it happens to be, a request that we can send out to some engineers and ask them to respond to it to be able to give us an idea, and it may fall back to Mr. Burke as far as who it is. I don't want to delay this process, but at the same time, I want to make sure that we're covering all of the areas that, as a council, we should be looking at. There's a number of different things, and yeah, he was brought in specifically at this time for the Saylor and Jackson issue, but we've got a number of other issues that are out there. We really need to look at our full infrastructure. I'm still at that point. I still think we need to look at the whole infrastructure and make sure that there's nothing that we should be doing as a holistic view, and then help us to understand what the priorities are. But I think that in order to do that, we need to put forth what we're expecting from whoever that consultant is through an RFP process or through something, at least in a contractual basis. If we decide we all agree that Dr. Burke is the person, then we need to put together a contract that says these are the services that we're expecting to see performed, and this is what we're expecting to see you study, so that we can come back with something that assists us, so that when we go back to the public, we can say, here's A, B, C, D that we were told we need to do, and we reasonably can do these things. And here's how much they're going to cost, so that then we can, as a council, decide priority-wise what we need to do, or we can, if we need to, go out for bonds to do some of them, whatever we end up needing to do. But I think we have to have something in place to help us to understand.
All righty. Anybody else? Alderman Nybo.
It's a good suggestion. I wonder if we can move on simultaneous tracks on the same time that our staff is putting together the scope of an RFP of what we would want. I would ask Mr. Burke actually to put together his own proposal, without the benefit of the parameters of what we might put together, but of course the opportunity to respond to what we put together. But I think having an engineer involved, an independent engineer involved at this point could help us define the scope of what we're looking for. So I don't think we need to move that in terms of a motion. I think if we could just ask Mr. Burke to submit a proposal and ask our staff to outline the parameters of an RFP.
Very good. Anybody else? Alderman Pezza.
Thanks. Speaking of asking what this may cost, I guess the follow-up question to that would be, can we also get a report as to where that funding would come from when we do the hiring?
Sure. Very good. Alderman Nybo.
And follow-up also, the thing that Mr. Burke could also do is he could outline different options for us. For this amount of money, here's what we can do. For this amount, here's what we can do. And he can give us some choices as to, what we may want to retain him or another engineering firm for.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Alderman Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to offer a little bit of my perspective. I have worked on projects with the firm, with Christopher Burke Engineering, and have found them to be just an outstanding resource and people that have a great rapport with groups like the Army Corps of Engineers and with counties and with other municipalities. And so my experience, they've done a great job. They're really, really good at what they do. And I think we look at this in two phases. One is, let's get the best person, and then secondly, let's figure out what we want them to do, and obviously the cost piece that goes into that. But let's go out and get somebody that's really good. Christopher Burke and his firm are those types of people, and let's get that part taken care of, and then we'll figure out what we want to use them for. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Alderman. Mr. Chairman of Public Works. Also an engineer, too, so I appreciate your opinion. Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a differing opinion. I think we need to understand what we're looking for before we pull in an expert. This is a tough thing because I think Elmhurst has been hit by various circumstances. We've seen sanitary issues, we've seen storm sewer issues. I think Dr. Burke is a qualified candidate, as Alderman Kennedy has just referred to him as well on his dealings in the past. But I think until we really know on what we're going to be asking, and I think the criteria that Alderman Nybo referred to, until we establish that criteria, it really then shapes on who is really the best fit. We don't want an expert in field A if really the issue is in field C. So I caution going with a certain engineering firm too soon. I think we really, as a council and with the staff, need to decide exactly what our priorities are, and then really make sure we get the correct engineering firm for those priorities. As we all know, our revenues are very short these days, and we have to choose very wisely on where we spend every dime. So I would encourage that approach.
Very good, Alderman. Any other discussion? One thing I would recommend as well, you know, this is not an area where we're going to cut a corner. You know, we want to go with the best. I'm one of the two mayors that actually sits on the DuPage County Stormwater Commission, and myself as well as Mayor Sandak, and that was where I received the first opportunity to actually meet Mr. Burke, Dr. Burke. He is in charge of stormwater for the entire county of DuPage County. He represents many of the municipalities in DuPage County and in Cook County, and for the Metropolitan Water Reclamation of the greater city of Chicago. So the reason why I pulled him in initially is he was the best that I could find. And that's what I've done in a lot of situations, surround myself with the best people. If we want to go ahead and, I would recommend a request for qualifications more so than a request for proposal, because we're not buying widgets, we're buying brains and talent, and we're trying to fix problems that are, you know, we save a couple $100 and we got people out here with millions of dollars worth of damage in their basements and in their homes. To me, you know, that's not penny dollar well saved. We gotta maybe spend a little bit to get the best. And anyway, that's my perception as mayor. That's why I brought him in initially with the city manager limits of dollars. This was the recommendation of staff. Actually, City Manager Borchard said, bring this guy on. He's good. In a lot of ways, he hasn't done work for us in the past either. So I think it's been since the 80s. So the previous engineering firms, the Bemis and the Harzad, new fresh set of eyes, very, very capable individual. So I would suggest we move forward initially with him doing what he's doing. If we want to go out for our RFQ, we have that ability to do that. But I think Mr. Burke can definitely get us along that process, actually help us with the RFQ process. So Alderman Nybo mentioned, what is our scope? You know, we're not engineers. I mean, some of us are, but I'm not. And he can help us along that way, keep us going, because if this takes 30, 60 days to get implemented, we're not wasting time. This task force wants to start hopefully the first, second week of September. So maybe we break it up into two stages. We have Mr. Burke, Dr. Burke, on for the initial step to get the RFQ going, get the task force going, because I don't think we should be wasting any time. And then once the RFQ process goes, the winner of that process would be the person that we would be going with forward. So if that would be a consensus, I don't know what people feel about that, but I think that would probably be a good, based on what I'm hearing, would be a good fit for the future. Alderman Pezza?
Yes, thank you. I myself have actually heard nothing but rave reviews about Mr. Burke also. I don't think, for me, it's not a question of his qualifications or his capability whatsoever. We still don't know, though, even if we decided to go ahead with him tonight, we don't know what cost we're talking about. We don't know if he's going to charge us $5,000 or $300,000. That is key. And also, where do we send the direction? What direction do we send him in? If we do something tonight, I don't think we know yet what direction we're going to send him in. So is that going to play a part of what his fee will be? So it's almost like the chicken or the egg. I think we need to know what the fees will be based on what the scope of the work is before we can just say, sure, go ahead. I want someone to help us starting yesterday, and I believe he's very well qualified, but I don't know what we're talking about as far as dollars. So if we can find that out tonight, that would be key.
Okay. Anybody else? Alderman Mulliner.
Yeah, I would follow up on that. I've only heard good things as well, and I don't think that's my issue. My issue relates back to what Alderman Pezza just said, and that is that we need to have a direction to send a consultant. If we send the direction off and say, we need you to do X, and we haven't defined what X is, it makes it very difficult for him to know what to do. I mean, I understand he's an expert in stormwater and water management, but he may be going in a direction that we're not interested in finding out about. We need to have an understanding of what we really feel we need to have and where we want to go with this. And I don't think we have that right now. I think what we have is we've hired a consultant, and we clearly defined what we wanted him to do. And the last time, he came in and did exactly what he was asked to do, which was to review what happened at the Sailor and Jackson sanitary lift station. Now we need to define the next step if he's going to be the person. I personally don't have any problem having him assist us in that process because he has some expertise in it. But once again, I mean, we also have to keep an eye on those costs. I mean, because we really don't know what we're paying right now. We don't know whether it's an hourly, whether it's a flat rate. And even when we send out a request for qualifications or whatever we send out the request for, whichever direction we decide that we want to do it, I would always put into a request for qualifications, in addition to what you've requested, here's the other things you probably should look at. And I would hope that any highly qualified professional engineer would say, oh, you might have missed this, and you need to have this included in it. I mean, I would never respond to a request that I got without including things that they may have missed. So I would say let's put something together, let's get our engineering staff together and say, here's what we think we need at a minimum, and then if we feel that there's more, but I think we should do that ASAP.
Very good. City Attorney Storino.
I think what the council is saying is you could direct the staff to, we can't take any action on Mr. Burke tonight. It'd have to come before the full city council. So we need an agreement and a contract. We can work over the next 2 weeks. If the council wants to go forward on this basis, we're really operating under the manager's authority with respect to funds. And we can define the scope and have a contract presented to the council even potentially at the September 7th meeting. Because we really couldn't take any action tonight. We've engaged Mr. Burke on an emergency basis under the manager's authority. And I think if we go forward, I think what the council's saying, and I think appropriately so, that you want to know the scope and you want to see a contract. And I think that's the way to go. I think that's the right thing to do, and we can do that over the course of the next couple weeks.
Thank you, City Attorney. Alderman Mulliner.
I'm looking at it as more of looking, and I'm not trying to, once again, I'm not trying to delay this process at all, but I'm looking at it more as looking for a request for qualifications. I wholeheartedly think that Mr. Burke is highly qualified, there's no question, but at the same time, I believe there's probably other people out there who may and should be given an opportunity to come in here and put forth their qualifications to us. So I would much rather see us in the next week have staff go forward and put together what they feel are the scope of what we think we need to do. Let us review that at the next meeting and then select from a group of people who come forward and tell us that they're qualified. I think that's our obligation to the city as the elected officials. I think we have that responsibility to make sure that we have an opportunity to review, because even though Mr. Burke has very good qualifications, there may be somebody, who knows, from the East Coast who comes in and says, you know, look who I am, and they may have much better qualifications. We don't know. So I think we have to have that opportunity.
Alderman Hipskin.
I agree with Alderman Mulliner. The RFQ process is necessary. We don't know who's around the nation and who else can help us. I would like to put it out to the council or to the committee as a whole. Let's talk about a realistic time frame, because 1 week and looking for, a search for, qualified people, I don't think that we're doing justice in a 1 week process. So if anyone wants to agree or disagree with that point, I think that, putting a realistic time frame on in our request for qualifications, and that will actually allow us to do other things simultaneously. Let city staff work on things, and let the task force prioritize too, because I think that the end objective is going to end up the same with the task force, with the RFQ, and with the city staff. We want to eliminate this sorrow and hardship on the citizens of Elmhurst, because I can't believe what I've seen, and we need a long-term comprehensive plan. It's going to cost some money, and I know revenues are short, but you want to know something? If all of our basements flood, our home values are not going to be there. We need to spend the money to get it correct. We have to do it in a timely fashion, but I don't want to go too fast. I want to work. I want to understand who else is out there, what other things. I want to find out what the objectives of the staff, with the whomever the consultant we bring in, and what the task force has to put together. And I do believe all the objectives will end up being the same. Look, we need a long-term comprehensive plan. This isn't something that overhead sewers are going to fix. I don't think that that's it. This is a long-term, highly sophisticated problem that we need to understand and then take action. And I don't believe that action is going to be 1 week or 2 weeks or 2 months. This is going to be many, many years in the making. If we look back at what we did after the '87 flood, yes, we did do quite a bit. You know what? This is our '87 flood now. We need to take action, and that action is long-term fixes for all of Elmhurst.
Alderman Shea, and I'll go to Alderman Nibel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also agree with Alderman Mulliner. For every major project that we've done in the city where we needed a professional service, we've done an RFQ. And my concern, though, is I would like to ask the Assistant City Manager what time frame he feels that is reasonable.
I think if we follow the state statute on the QBS system, I'm looking at 60 days minimum, probably 60 to 90 days. And a big part of that is developing a scope on what we exactly want the engineer to do, because that could take some time developing the scope, and then just the process. We go out for qualifications come back. We'll have a selection committee that look at them. They'll get rid of a few of them, keep maybe the top 3. Then it'll be an interview process for those top 3, select the top 1, and then negotiate with that person. As no matter process works.
City Manager, Assistant City Manager Kopp, would you recommend that we have the engineer picked when the task force starts, whether we start second week of September or whether we start, based on what you're saying, we might not be able to start this really then until October, November?
We'd recommend that the engineer would be on board for the task force. That way, it's not any duplication of work. There could be a possibility that the task force says, let's do this. Then we get the engineer on board and goes, you can't do that. So I would think if the engineer was on board with the task force to help educate the task force, to help with direction with the task force, I think probably helpful. But if we could start off the preliminary stuff too with the task force too, if we needed to, if we want to get that going right away.
Alderman Nibel.
I mean, that seems like an excessively long timetable from my perspective. Can you expound on that a little bit? You said the QBS requirements?
QBS, normally the scope of work, there's actual forms you fill out. There's scope of work's going to be the thing that's determined first. Once the scope of work's determined, you have to go out for qualifications, determine how we're going to do that. We don't have to advertise it. We can just go to the firms that we feel fit our scope. Give them probably 2 to 3 weeks to get back to us with their qualifications. Then go to the selection committee. The selection committee will look through all the qualifications and determine a top 3. They'll shortlist them, the top 3 or 4, and then there'll be an interview process for the top 3, and then a selection will be made of the top 1. Negotiate with that one. If you can't negotiate a fair price, you'd go to the second one, and so on.
Isn't there a procedure for expediting the process, but still proceeding with all the steps?
As quick as I mean, all the stuff should be in there. We can do as quick as we can do it, I guess. I mean,
we don't have to wait 60 days, do we?
No, but I think by the time you get the qualifications back, get the selection committee together, they go through them all. I mean, I know we did the process. I was involved with the one directly with the fire station, and it's just, time goes faster than you think. I mean, as much as you want to get it done as quick as you possibly can, it takes a while. You get the qualifications back. It takes a while for the selection committee to review them and understand them. I don't think it's something you can do in just an evening.
I mean, we could be the selection committee.
Yeah, correct. I mean, normally they recommend that you don't have 14 people on a selection committee. I mean, you could be, but they normally, I mean, it's the guidelines actually recommend the smaller selection committee.
We voted on the fire station that way. I mean, essentially we were the selection committee for the fire station anyways, so.
Well, there was a subcommittee, I guess, that made the recommendation to the city council. You didn't look at all this council, I don't think, looked at all the qualifications that
Couldn't we, within a week's timeline, devise an expedited process that moves on a 30-day timeline from start to finish?
City Attorney?
I think that we can divide this process, because I think the council's right, that you ought to go to this RFQ process, because you do want to define the scope of work, and you do want to open it up for the 3 most qualified people that submit under the process. What I was suggesting earlier when I said a contract, I was just meaning a contract on, so that you know, the council expressed, we don't know how much Mr. Burke is billing us per hour. I was only suggesting a contract in this interim period so that we can work towards the RFQ. We can provide support to the task force if we wish to, so that this contract would, really, I hate to say it, but kind of a time contract, and not a complicated contract, but at least the council will then know exactly what they're spending on a short-term basis for the professional engineers' support through this process, and then we can work to this RFQ process and not hold up any other functions that the council may want to move on.
Alderman Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to follow up with what City Attorney Storino said about 10 minutes ago. Obviously, we all get the sense that the council doesn't want to spend money foolishly, but to Alderman Nibel's point, all of a sudden things like 60 days get put out there and these long extended timelines, and you know, you have to put yourself in the shoes of people who flooded. It's certainly easy for me to do. And I think what City Attorney Storino was saying in his first comment was, hey, we have a city manager and we have a full staff, and they have a certain discretion over budget they can spend. I think the city manager's up to $25,000. I don't think anyone's suggesting that we hire Mr. Burke for $300,000 tomorrow, but I think there's a middle ground here where we can keep this process and this problem on an expedited sort of timeline. And I think that's what the mayor was looking for, which is, hey, let's give, because we're saying to the city staff, hey, we need you to define this problem, chop it up, tell us the best way to go. Well, if I'm the city staff, the first thing I'm going to do is going to call an expert and say, hey, what's the best thing I can do? What do I need? How do I do this RFP? Give me some guideline. So I don't want the city staff spinning their wheels for a week. I think the city manager already has the discretion if he wants to hire Mr. Burke on a short-term consulting basis for, I wouldn't call it a de minimis amount, but certainly within his discretion. That's why we give the city manager and city staff that discretion. So I think we can do both. I think we can put the brakes on any major spending, but allow city staff and the city manager to spend whatever amount they feel reasonable in pulling together this information. What I don't want to do is wait a full week for city staff to come back to us and say, I don't want to remove city staff's ability to spend a little bit of money to hire the consultants they want on a very short-term basis for a very small dollar amount to keep this process moving forward. And I think that's what Mr. Storino was kind of recommending, or at least referring to earlier. So I'm all for, if in the next week city staff determines they got to talk to this consultant and they got to spend a couple $1,000s to get us on the right track or help us get set up, that's great. And long term, I think we're all going to look at the dollars, because I think what Alderman Hipskin said is true. It's not something that's going to be solved next week or next month. This is years in the process. So.
Anybody else? Alderman Mulliner.
Yeah, I agree with the idea here that I would have no problem with Mr. Burke continuing on to do something, and one of the examples would be to assist in the development of the RFQ. I mean, that's done a number of different times. The 60 to 90 days concerns me greatly. I understand there's processes that we all need to go through in order to do this, but I agree with Alderman Nybo. I think that there's a way that we could expedite this process. I'm sure we're not the first city that's had this issue. I'm sure that we have huge email lists out there that city managers can share information and get information back from other people and probably come up with an RFQ that's pretty darn close to what we want, and then start tweaking that from that point. And I'm sure that the city staff is already aware of that and is probably already thinking about that after they've heard this discussion. So that's kind of the thing that's in my mind. And if we need assistance from Mr. Burke or Dr. Burke to assist in the development of that RFQ, I don't have a problem with that. But I want to be cautious about the fact that I don't want us to go wholeheartedly with a single person doing this project and then say, well, we forgot to tell you how much it was going to cost. I'm really concerned about the cost factor in this. I understand we want to get the best, and I'm not saying that we don't want the best, but we also need to pay attention to our dollars. That's what one of the things that we are up here for, is to pay attention to our dollars. If we end up spending, and he's not going to cost $300,000, but if he did end up costing $300,000, that potentially could knock out 50 homes from having overhead stores. And so we need to pay attention to that, because that's one of the costs that's involved in the process of what we're doing. As we look at this thing, there are many costs that are going to be involved in it, and we've got to put them all together in order for us to determine what's the most important thing to do first. So that's why I think that I think we need to do this RFQ process, and I know there's a way that we can get that done in a faster process than 60 days.
Anybody else?
Actually, Nigel first.
Alderman Nibel.
Okay, a couple quick observations. I sense a consensus among the discussion up here that it is helpful to have the engineer involved in the RFQ development process. And not only should there be questions, do we want him available, but I think we want him to take it one step further. I want to run that RFQ by a professional engineer and say, this is what we're contemplating. Is this something that's industry standard? What would you suggest? What would you offer recommendations? I'm reminded of the Hahn Street discussions where the developer response, the people who came in to respond to our RFP at that point said it was convoluted, they didn't understand it. I don't want to be in a situation where we have our staff go through a lot of time and a long process of designing, what they think that we could retain an engineer for, and then have professional engineers come in and say, well, that's really not how this would work, and here's how you would need to modify this to get what you're trying to get to. So I think we're greatly benefited by having Mr. Burke's firm involved in the development process. And I think it's unreasonable to ask him to do that pro bono. I mean, I think we need to reimburse him for his time.
Very good. Alderman Hipskin.
Good, excellent point, Alderman Nibel. I have a question for Assistant City Manager. Mayors and managers for DuPage County, what kind of nationwide reach do we have to other organizations throughout? Are you aware of any?
As far as for engineering firms?
Yes. Yeah, other municipalities that have run into this type of problem, whether it be in New Jersey or San Diego or Texas or wherever. Does DuPage mayors and managers have a network?
Yes.
Okay. And are we going to look at that network for other qualified engineers?
I'm sure we will.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Anybody else? All right, we'll move on. We'll go with the Christopher Burke helping us with the RFQ process, working for us on a contract basis in that interim, and then once the RFQ process is approved, whatever engineering firm would be approved based on that would then move forward. So, Mr. Burke, we appreciate your help in helping us solve this initial RFQ solution, defining scope, et cetera, and appreciate your collaboration. And also we've got a lot of other pumping stations we could have them review in the meantime as well too, to make sure everything else was properly running as well too. So, Alderman Pezza had a hand up, and I'll go to Alderman Mulliner. Alderman Pezza, I'm sorry.
Quick follow-up. So in this interim contract, will there be any parameters set up? Will there be a cap on a dollar amount? Will there be a time frame as to a start and end date? And if so, does the council decide that, or how will that be decided?
Okay. City Attorney? My vision is that we'd bring back to you in 2 weeks this short, narrow agreement with the Burke firm to provide these interim services at a sum, at a specific sum not to exceed, and then the council, if it wished to approve it, would, and if it needed to be extended, would at a future date.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Kennedy, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing I think we ought to look at here is we're going to get a bill for what was done on the Jackson Street lift station. We've had civil engineering work done in this town a lot. Let's have city staff look at the numbers, look at the comparison, just give us a very quick estimate. Is this fair? What we should expect to see? And then we can start going on from there. And I think we got to look at this. The critical path we have here is getting the task force together, identifying the issues, and start working on them. And we can, in a parallel path, do this RFQ process. I'm going to tell you, it's going to take 60 days because I've dealt with this stuff. And as a city, we've told people in the past, it's not your timeline, it's our timeline. It's flipped now. It's their timeline, not our timeline. So it's going to take us 60 days. Let's work on a parallel path, identify the best person, and as the task force needs resources, assuming we've got a good deal on the Jackson Street lift station, I have no reason to believe we didn't, we use Christopher Burke and his staff to do that, and then when the time comes we can make a decision on the RFQ, we do that. But we don't slow down the process either way.
Very good, I agree. And Assistant City Manager Kopp, you have past engineering firms we work with, like Bemis and RZ, as far as what type of fees are normal and customary, maybe hourly, et cetera, so we can make sure that Mr. Burke is I'm sure being fair, which I'm sure he is. So, very good. Okay, anybody else? All right. On to item 2, and actually, before I go on to item 2, we don't have public forum on the committee of the whole agenda, but we are going to go ahead and open up committee of the whole, and I'll probably do that right now if that's okay. Strictly for stormwater issues. If you have an issue for the city council meeting that's going to be following this meeting, you're welcome to speak about that issue at the council level. But if you'd like to talk about overhead sewers or any issue that you would like to discuss, City Clerk Spencer will call your name at this time, and you could please take the mic to my right or my left, and you'd have 3 minutes to speak about your specific issue. Thank you.
Okay, if I mispronounce your name, just correct me. Thank you. Franklin Ayesha, 885 Spring Road.
It's Ishida. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, she's calling Storm.
Well, thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of you. In the midst of all the pain and frustration among residents of Elmhurst over the material issues during the recent floods, I would like to raise some matters of human concern. As was reported by the city manager following the June 23rd flood, there was one reported injury. That was my wife, who broke her arm in the first flood. Now, she had to call an ambulance because the streets were so flooded as to make regular movement in the streets around her house impossible. The reality is that the non-critical ambulance call and the ensuing financial cost to us would probably not have been necessary should the Jackson Salt Creek pumps been functioning. As I understand it, the pumps were not functioning due to power outage, something that could have been prevented and could be prevented once the city installs backup generators at all pumping stations in the sanitary and storm sewer system. And during the July 23rd flood, we had to make another 911 call. This time it was our daughter who had a seizure of unknown origin. The timing during the flood was unfortunate, of course. It's not flood-related per se. However, I noticed a critical safety issue here. All the underpasses were flooded. The ambulance had to cross the railroad tracks, and not one, but two freight trains went through in the same direction, and we had to wait at the crossing for about 10 minutes. I'm not sure what would have been done if this had been a life or death situation. Fortunately, it was not. Other detours and even other hospitals could very well have been inaccessible due to the extensive flooding in the whole area. Now, the issue in both these events carried a very real human dimension for us. Using an ambulance necessary under the circumstances in the first case, but taking that ambulance away from other critical needs when it could have been prevented. And then the question of crisis planning for critical care matters and emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roy Johnson, 834 Prospect Avenue.
I live on Prospect, middle of the block between Adams and Jackson. I'm really speaking for the area around Prospect and Sailor, Parkside, Mitchell, all of these streets flood frequently. Now, I see that you're addressing the July issue, but as mentioned just a moment ago, that area where we live flooded in June. Street totally flooded, over the sidewalks, up 3/4 of the way up my front yard. My backyard was flooded because neighbors had connected the backyard with sewers going to the storm sewers. And the storm sewers were flooded. Unfortunately, McDougal built split-level homes in that area with the garages, with the driveways going down. There are 6 houses like that on my block, both sides of the street. I have a split level, but I wouldn't let McDougal build a driveway going down, and my house was the second house he built with the driveway up. I feel so sorry for my neighbors, because once that stormwater goes over the sidewalks, they're out of business. I have a neighbor 2 doors away that has 2 huge sump pumps in his basement. He has a permanently installed generator in case the power goes out. Well, in the June flood, he had water up to almost the rafters in his basement, and his family room was flooded, and his garage was flooded. Now, fortunately, I didn't have the driveway problem, but I had water coming up through cracks in my floor because there was so much water surrounding my house. Now, there are other homes of this type to the south of Jackson, on Mitchell, on Parkside. But stormwater is critical to this neighborhood. And we're in the 7th Ward, and I appreciate what Alderman Molnar has been trying to do, and that is get this comprehensive engineering study looking at everything, stormwater as well as sanitary water. Now, we talk about the pumping station on Jackson and Sailor. That is a sanitary water pumping station. Has nothing to do with the stormwater, which plagues us. Sanitary water is important because in the July flood, we had sanitary water mixing with the stormwater, and that is what was coming into our basements. Now, I plead with you, let's get this area corrected with the sewers and the pumps. The June flood, both the Harrison pump was out of service because the 2 power supplies were gone, and the Jackson pumping station was out of service. The only pumping station of the 4 stations, lift stations, I believe you call them, from St. Charles Road south, the only one that has an auxiliary generator is the Adams pumping station. Adams has 2 big pumps and an auxiliary pumping station, an auxiliary generator. Randolph has 2 big pumps, but unfortunately, electric feed. The Jackson pump is 1, Harrison only has 1. Both the Harrison and Jackson pumps were out of service, and that contributed to our flooding in June. Now, I feel very strongly that we need auxiliary generators on those lift pumps, because I do not feel we can rely solely on Commonwealth Edison to provide the power during emergencies, storms, things like that, when they have problems and they're losing power. So you've got to do something for us in that area. And it's mainly stormwater that's flooding our basements. And it's stormwater that's flooding the sanitary system, because the manholes in the middle of the street, water is going into the sanitary system as well as the stormwater system. Now, some pumps, most of the people have them. I don't. You're advocating overhead sewers. Doesn't help us in that area. You know, so the things that I see you emphasizing, they don't mean very much to us in the 7th Ward, in the Parkside, Prospect, Mitchell, Sailor, Swain areas. Now, also one other thing. In order to relieve the stormwater problem, years ago, they put a header system in between Sailor and 1 block west of Spring. That was so that the one sewer coming down Jackson went into a header, the Sailor sewers went into a header, and then there were three lines going in to Berkeley or Hillside. Why didn't they run the 3 lines all the way up Jackson for the stormwater and relieve our area? But I guess it costs too much money. Well, it's costing me, my neighbors, thousands of dollars each time our homes flood. And I'm getting sick and tired of it. I had a man in the next block, just south of Jackson, south of Jackson. Must have gone on vacation. He had sandbags across his driveway, right at the sidewalk, trying to protect his house from flooding when he was not home. Now, is that the way we expect people in Elmhurst to have to live? When it was a storm threatened last Friday, I went in my basement and I took things off the floor or off the lower shelves of my basement. I don't want to live that way anymore. So let's give some real serious consideration for stormwater problems in the 7th Ward. Thank you, Alderman Mulliner.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else that would like to? Oh, I'm sorry, City Clerk Spencer. And just so, if people have questions for the engineer and staff, we will take questions at this time as well too, and if that would help. So, because if people want to relate their personal situations, like this gentleman had a McDougal, no overhead sewer, gravity-fed drains, we could talk about how we can hopefully come up with some solutions for the specific issues too. So,
okay. Thomas Cruz, 868 South Sailor.
Hi. Not to beat a dead horse, but we heard Dr. Burke say that a man waded into the sewage lift station at Jackson and Sailor, excuse me, at 1:30 a.m. on July 24th and pushed a button to send water and sewage somewhere. How can this be absolutely and unequivocally verified? We need written documentation that he did this at that time. We have 10 residents. A lot of them they don't even know each other, but who were around that area, who stayed up all night, who never saw anyone enter the station that night until 9 o'clock the next morning. Before we consider any costly improvements to that pumping station, we have to prove that this activity happened. That's my opinion. Okay, the other thing is, I think we need at least 4 bids for the water sewage consultants besides Dr. Burke. No offense, Dr. Burke, but you're right, this could be very expensive. And the last question is, why didn't Dr. Burke speak to the residents first at York High School? Thank you.
Geraldine Schrinker. Oh, Caroline, okay. 656 Swain Street. Or Avenue, or whatever.
Well, everyone has pretty much stated what I wanted to say tonight. I live on the 600 block of Swain. Our street was completely flooded for several hours. I did send a letter to the mayor and copied several other people on it, explaining what our situation was. I think a couple of important issues were brought up tonight. One of them is timing. I understand that there's a process that needs to happen. I understand that there are budgetary requirements that need to be studied, but at the same time, you do need to understand that we as residents are in a complete holding pattern right now. My husband and I got 4 feet of water in our basement. Our basement was our primary family room, TV room, office. So we lost about a third of our living space in our house, and we absolutely refuse to rebuild anything until something's done so that we know that our street won't flood again. So basically, we are living in, 2/3 of a house right now, and we have no place for the kids to have friends over, kids to watch TV. We can't get together and watch a Bears game if we want. So the timing is a huge issue from our standpoint. The second thing is, you're talking about 55 people that could get overhead sewers. We shouldn't have to put overhead sewers in our homes. We shouldn't have to pay our own money to get that. The city should be able to drain our streets and keep water away from our homes. And I feel that this is a city issue and that this is an infrastructure issue, and that residents shouldn't have to worry about going out of town and worry about going to work and figure out which one of us is going to stay home if there's a threat of bad weather to make sure that the power doesn't go out, that our sump pump still works. So, the timing issue is a huge thing. And then the third thing that I want to bring up that I want to make sure that stays in the forefront is these pockets of the city that were discussed. I want to make sure that Swain is included in that, because I do hear a lot about Washington, and I know that's a huge issue. I know Pine was mentioned, but our street was underwater for probably 4 hours or 5 hours, and it's the most terrifying, helpless feeling of just watching everything that you own just be swept away with 4 feet of water. So, again, I appreciate having the opportunity to be here. I do appreciate that this is all being discussed, but I do want to emphasize that this needs to be an issue that stays in the forefront and is treated and acted upon as quickly as possible, because as residents right now, there's nothing for us to do except wait for you to do something first.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Quinn, 819 South Parkside.
And Swain is definitely on our watch list, so.
I agree with what was just said. My concern is I've had 3 to 4 different plumbers come in and tell me I need 3 different fixes. I don't know what to believe. I don't want to spend $15,000 to $20,000 on overhead sewers. I don't have a sump pump at this time. They're telling me I will need one. And that's one more thing for me to worry about. With the electricity going out, putting a backup sump pump or a battery operation is one thing, but then those only last 6 to 8 hours unless I want to spend another $3,600 on a 24-hour. Well, the power was out for 4 days in June. I have 4 small children. I don't have time to be emptying my sump pump and worry about one more issue of water coming in my basement. So, again, I don't think I should have to get overhead sewers. I don't want to spend that money. I think the city needs to take care of this problem for their citizens.
Sherry Brush, 836 Mitchell.
Hi, as she said, I live on Mitchell between Adams and Jackson, and I really have the same issue as the gentleman who spoke a few people ago. I'd like somebody to clarify, maybe Mr. Burke, what the secret manual bypass operation is at the Jackson and Sailor pumping station, because for years we have told people that our street water goes down when we see the city truck arrive and the man goes out and does something mysterious in that pumping station. We said it at the meeting at Bryan. Nobody listened to us. We talked about it afterwards. People said it's a coincidence. I've lived there for 18 years. We have not had flooding problems for that many years, but the last 5 or 6 have been horrendous. We don't need 7 inches of rain. We don't need 5 inches. We need an inch or 2, and our streets are flooded. But when that man arrives and turns that magical switch, the water goes down. There was nobody at that pumping station at 1:30 in the morning. My husband stood there from 12:15 to 3:30, along with many, many neighbors, sat on that porch and waited, said, I will not leave till I see someone come. We called for help. We called 911. We called the police station. The police said somebody was dispatched. Somebody's on their way. Then they had the gall to ask us, well, is there electricity on in the pumping station? Like, I guess so. I have electricity for once. So we knew that wasn't the issue. Nobody came. He left at 3:30 because the lightning got too intense, but there were other neighbors that still hung around or could look out their windows. Someone came at 9 a.m. There is a neighbor that has pictures of 2 people that came in broad daylight, and by 10:30, I could get out of my driveway. The street water mysteriously went down very quickly after 9 o'clock. So I would like somebody to explain what this manual switch is and what it does. And I'd also like to say that nobody was there at 1:30. And if somebody could address that, I'd appreciate it.
We'll do that right now. Mr. Burke or Mr. Hughes, would you guys be able to explain that situation? And maybe, I think there was a, we have on the SCADA, do we have the actual diagram? I don't know if we can pull out on the overhead, but I'll let you.
Yeah, we do have some SCADA information, but I think, and it's been a dilemma. I'm Mike Hughes, Director of Public Works. It's been a dilemma that we've been trying to rectify, and it's a confusing situation, and I understand that. People see water all around that pumping station, and they think the two are connected, but we tried for quite a while, and we put a lot of information on the website that is a sanitary pumping station. None of the water in the street goes into that building. The two are completely disconnected. That area has a basin. All of your sanitary waste goes into that lift station. Every shower you take, every dishwashers you run goes to that station. That area is lower than the wastewater treatment plant, so it can't get out of there by gravity. So all of the wastewater from that area, that basin, has to be lifted up and taken out. That all flows to that sanitary pumping station, is pumped up a 10-inch force main up Sailor and dumps into a gravity sewer at McKinley and flows by gravity to the wastewater treatment plant where it's treated. So there's issues about whether people were there, weren't there, but it really doesn't matter. I kind of tell people as I'm talking to them that lift station could blow up. It doesn't make any difference to the water in the street. The two are completely disconnected. Were you referring to the water in the street or the basement?
Both. It was everywhere.
Right.
That area was everywhere. Shooting out of people's toilets, out of their wash tubs. The water was over the curb, over the sidewalk, about 8 feet from my house.
Right.
We were on an island till about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Right. That stormwater only goes into the inlets in the street, down a gravity sewer, down Jackson, all the way. The stormwater pumping station to which you're mostly tributary to is the Jackson Street station. That's the big one that someone was referring to earlier, down at the creek. Harrison, Jackson, Berkeley and Adams at the creek, those are all stormwater stations. All of that water that you saw in your front yard goes into the inlets, down to a manhole, and down Jackson. So again, it was overtaxed, it was inundated, and in the June storm, someone was saying earlier, yeah, power went out on both feeds. In the July storm, we did not have any power outages at the lift station. So I know it's confusing because people see the water right there and they see a pumping station, but they're two different, there's no pipe connecting those two together. So I don't.
He's not answering the question.
Supposedly someone, we were told by, and I saw Dr. Burke's report, someone went there supposedly at 1:30, now I'm told 1:45. What exactly did they do there?
Right.
What did they push, and what effect, if they didn't
Sure.
go there?
Right. I can attest to you that this is Rod O'Donovan. He was the one who walked in that morning. One reason people don't see it is he's in his civvies and he's walking in sandals, and he doesn't have a flashing truck because he can't get that close. So I think that that's one thing that happens, and people don't recognize it. They're waiting for the yellow lights and the slicker, and Rod's walking in his sandals and his shorts. And I forget, was there anyone else with you that night?
I'm Rod O'Donovan. I'm the water wastewater manager. The gentleman that was there at approximately 1:45 was Brad Rock, and he works for me. And I talked to Brad. He had to wade in there. You know, we can see from the screen that the wet well dropped. Somebody did that. Didn't happen on its own. So we have his timesheet, you know, if you'd like that. But I can attest, you know, I'm telling you that someone was there at that time. So.
And maybe to follow up then to the second part of your question is, what did he do? And this is where, again, some of the confusion comes in. What can be done there? That's a sanitary pumping station. There's 4 pumps in that station. And all of this, if you're ever interested and you want to look into it, there's quite a bit of information that Dr. Burke and the city staff has put on the website. 4 pumps, 2 small, 2 large. During the normal flows on a regular day, all your sanitary waste that's coming into that station gets pumped by one of the 2 small pumps. When a large event hits and we have inflow and infiltration, which you've probably heard about, the groundwater that gets in through cracked pipes, comes in through downslope driveways, comes in through gravity drains surrounding homes, that water all gets in there and overtakes the wet well in the sanitary station. At that point, the 2 large pumps kick on, and again, they're pumping it up to McKinley via a force main. We have what's called an emergency sanitary overflow that can be activated, and what that is, there's a force main that takes that will carry sanitary waste over the hillside and dumps it into a junction chamber there. That can't happen automatically. Again, this is just the sanitary. All of the stuff that's leaving your house is rolling into a big wet well, a big room-sized pit, and that's where it's all flowing into. And again, it's been added to with inflow and infiltration during that event. We can take the small pump, we can valve it in a way that we can turn it off from going to the sanitary force main and turn it into an emergency sewer overflow that takes it down to hillside. We have to do those valves manually, and as Rod alluded to, you can see the level in the wet well go down. It's coming up. We close one valve, we open the other, and we fire up that pump, and that takes it down that way, and that's when you see the wet well drop. That's what the gentleman's doing.
The pressure from the sewage on our homes in the south area by that manual pushing of a button?
In your basement or in the street?
It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, can I just answer that real quick? The switch from the 2 small to the 2 large happens automatically. The additional 3rd pump, which is one of the 2 small, we have to do that. Sanitary, right. Right. Generally, generally speaking, again, there's floats in the wet well, so once it comes up to a certain point, the two large pumps kick on. If they start to get exceeded, we get an alarm and we do dispatch somebody. That's what we're going off of, because that we can see at the plant. That's the type of thing we can analyze exactly.
Right, that would, I guess, be our point as to why wait till the streets and the basements are flooded before you dispatch that person. We were calling and begging for help starting at midnight, and nobody came. And I guarantee that man's employee was not there at 1:30. Guarantee it.
Well, the wet well went down, and we do have that information.
But when they showed up at 9 o'clock and went into that station, you could feel the swirl, you could see the water go down, and within an hour, those streets are drained. And I'm not even talking about these 2 floods. We could talk about the past 10 floods that we've had in South Elmhurst. That's the way it happens. When the person arrives and the magic switch is turned, those streets are drained. I don't care what the hell kind of water it is, whether it's the regular water or this water, that water. The water in the streets goes down. That relieves the pressure on everybody else. The water stops flowing into the downward driveways. It stops going in people's windows. That is the ticket to saving South Elmhurst, is figuring out how to get that magic switch on sooner.
Hi again, I'm Rod, water wastewater manager. I was the guy there in the yellow slicker at that time, and at 9 a.m. or so with my assistant,
Yep.
I didn't turn a switch.
Well, that's when the water started going down.
And
Nobody was there at one. I just, I know it's probably not even an issue, but I hate seeing stuff in print because I feel like there's a lot of deception going on around here, and I don't want anybody saying that somebody was there at 1:30, because we were there and nobody was there, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Real quick, Dr. Burke, would you be able to elaborate real quick on the gravity drains, and because we have, I think, a question of stormwater sanitary water. Would you be able to elaborate a little bit on that for people that maybe weren't here last week? Thank you.
Well, I think Mr. Hughes did an excellent job in describing, and this gentleman just said that, sitting back to me, he agrees. That sanitary sewer lift station is only for sanitary sewer water and the clear water that's getting into it. It very specifically is only dropping the water elevations in that wet well, which in turn will drop the elevations in the street, in the sewer eventually, and will reduce the amount of water surcharging back into the homes, as Mr. Hughes said. So there will be an effect, but it's not going to be instantaneous, and it should not be. If it's pumping storm water, then there's a serious problem. If it's pumping storm water off the street, then there's another issue that because those pumps are not big enough to handle all that storm water that was on the street or reported to be on the street.
And I know you mentioned that there was a big increase in the normal sanitary production of a normal day. I forgot, it was 6 million gallons of water our normal sanitary district produces, or we see through the treatment plant. I believe it was almost 100 million or 80 million, if I'm not right. Is that correct? And what would put that much water into sanitary?
As I said last week, it's clear water entering into the sanitary sewer from a number of sources. The back pitch driveways that's been described already today, the sump pumps, as well as the gravity drains that feed clear water into the sanitary sewer that is not supposed to be there.
Okay. And, until we get the whole infrastructure looked at and figure out a solution, what would be the best solution for these individual homeowners?
Well, right now, the disconnection of the sump pumps, footing drains, and at this time with the to minimize the potential of sewer backup in the future, we had suggested, and this not only for this community, many communities, looking at the overhead sewers, getting some type of separation between the hydraulics of the sewer, the elevation of the sewage in the streets, or in the sewers that are in the streets, and the houses, having some type of hydraulic separation.
Okay. And the new homes that are built to code have that? Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. All right. I just want to clarify, because we have on our list of things to do is to try to give you instant protection. Many of the people out here are waiting to fix their homes until they get that overhead sewer put in, which will separate the storm and the sanitary, and that's a big concern. So I want to hear it from the man who knows what he's doing up here, Mr. Burke. That's why I'm asking these questions. Alderman Nybel.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, can we ask short questions as they develop? For Director Hughes, is there a report of some type that is generated when you push, for lack of a better phrase, the manual switch? So whatever was switched on at 1:30 or 1:45, is there some report that's generated or that's required to be filled out?
You just see a wet well drop, right? What we're doing at that point in time, and one of the reasons it's handled manually, is because there's a wet well, just like your sump pump if you have one, only it's not clear water, it's sanitary coming up, and we can visually see it, and we have marks on the wall. And when we We don't want to bypass the storm sewer if we don't have to. That's not a good thing. But we would rather do that than have the levels come up and be in the basements. So we are actually watching the wet well, and we will draw it back down if we can, and we'll run that pump. So what you will actually see is there's a line on a chart that shows the elevation of the water in the wet well as it's coming in and being pumped out by the two large pumps, and it's going along, and then as soon as that small pump is turned on, it drops back down. So you can see that.
But you don't have to create a record saying, at 1:30 a.m. we, went to the manual switch and we opened it up.
There's no, is there an actual? Oh, okay. We can check the tabular data for that pump.
And then the follow-up question is, at some point, you close it back up again, right?
Eventually, right.
Do you know when that was, after you opened it up at 1:30, when you closed it back?
You know, when we put it back for a minute, so just the small pumps. It was probably 8 or 9 in the morning. Once the inflow has dropped below the pumping.
Well, here's my question. When you close it, you're no longer discharging sanitary into the sewer. So would that have a relieving effect of some type on the sewer system? When you stop bypassing directly into the sewer, will all of a sudden the stormwater system be relieved, and it could?
Correct. It does exacerbate it a little bit when we are running that pump, but again, we're balancing additional water in the street versus basements. The volume in the streets, as we all know, is tremendous, and so the amount we're putting in is incrementally not as dramatic as the improvements we're able to make in the sanitary sewer system. Storm sewers, big pipes, big area. Sanitary sewers, small pipes, a small amount of infiltration causes a lot of pressure, and that's the hydraulic gradient that Dr. Burke was referring to that forces water back up those sanitary services.
But when you shut the bypass, you're not going to see an immediate relieving effect in the stormwater system. Now that
No.
you're not. No. Okay.
No. Right.
So that wouldn't explain the streets going down real quickly.
Right. I've been around 25 years, and I've been through lots of storms and lots of floods in Elmhurst. I was here in 87, 96, 2006, 7, 8, 9, and now 10. It's something that is been, people see it all the time. When did you pull the plug? When did you open the quarry? I saw the water all of a sudden drop. And it is a phenomenon that does happen when the water's sitting there forever and then it just seems to go down. And the best analogy I've been able to come up with is when you're doing dishes in your sink, you got 12 inches of water in there, you take the plug out of the bottom, the water's going out as fast as it's going to go out, but you don't really notice the drop until it gets low and dramatic, and that's kind of what happens out in the streets, and that's why people see the swirling effect, and it's almost always really timed to when the rain ended, as simple as that sounds. That's really what it comes down to, so.
Can I ask you another question? It's probably because of just, I've lived in I've lived in Elmhurst for 25 years, I've lived in Salem for 17 years. We've heard stories about that lift station. It doesn't have a automatic, it's totally automatic. There's no button, there is a button. You gotta understand, we're a little cynical here about it. When a guy goes in, I can ask this, when he goes in the door, is there some signal that goes to the sewage station that says, hey, somebody opened the door, then we would know, yeah, he did it, and probably he was there.
Right. Actually, in that building, there is not. When these things are designed, and I'm not sure how long ago that system, that lift station was designed, you can alarm everything. You can transfer every bit of information back and forth, and whoever set up that system determined these are the things I want to be able to monitor. These are the things I want to be able to get printouts on. These are the things that I want to be able to see from the wastewater treatment plant. These are the alarms that I need to have go off. In that case, there's locking alarms and non-locking alarms. The lift stations are all being queried on about a 1.5 to 2 minute cycle, and so that one is not a locking alarm. A pump failure, a generator failure, those lock. They don't go away. But so if a guy were to open the door and go in and close the door, which he would have done on an inclement night, it wouldn't pick that up. So we don't have that data. At other lift stations, maybe we have it, but again, that's how the system was configured at the time. that is just, right, and totally agreed. I share your post-traumatic stress world as I live with the radar on constantly here at home, wherever. We do, we've all seen it the last 4 or 5 years. We were joking today, every month's the wettest month since last wettest month, and so, why it's happening, I'm not sure, but if you look at the trends and you look at the annual rainfall data, it's been just extremely wet. This area was designated a severe drought by the, I think the USGS back in 2005, and subsequently we have not been anywhere near a drought. So we're living by it. As these storms have rolled in, 2006 being the first big one, October 3rd, and then we started getting these odd ones in February, March, and we were getting more. We have been much more proactive in manning stations. Now on the July storm, boring story. 11:15, I checked the radar. There's some red stuff south of us going south. I go to bed. About 11:30, I think about 12 o'clock, I get called from a resident on Parkside saying, "Do you have people in?" And I'm like, "What for?" And he goes, "It's worse than 2 Wednesdays ago." Couldn't believe it. Well, our guys have been contacted by the police, and they were already rolling in, but we did not have advance warning. Are there things that could be automated at that station in the future? We are in. We are in. We're in. We're in. Guaranteed. Cheap insurance is what I keep telling everybody. Cheap insurance. Now, having said that, if we don't see it coming or whatever, are there systems that could be automated that we don't have to go out there? I think there are, and that's part of what will be part of the comprehensive study would be my suggestion. I don't know what to tell you.
I called at 11:30 because Jackson and Swain, it was up to our knees.
Really?
11:30 at night, and when I called, they said that they already dispatched somebody. 11:30.
There again.
To 1:30, they were out there at 1:30.
Right.
Well,
Well,
a long time.
and we're not like the fire department. We don't stand for 24 hours. I mean, we man the wastewater treatment plant.
When we call 911, who do they call?
They call a pager, and that guy has to get in. I'd have to see who it was, but. Well, we are in. Right. We have adjusted our methodologies already to be more proactive because they're coming all the time. We understand that. I would suggest automation would certainly be nice. There was decisions made back when that plant was upgraded, I don't know, in the 90s or something. Maybe we need to make different decisions. So.
I volunteered to go in that station and press that button.
You better not miss. Right.
And Friday was not a big storm, and the water was last part of the way.
Unfortunately, I think I agreed. That was about a half inch in 30 minutes, I think. it's not an insignificant storm. We're just getting so used to getting completely crushed that you know. Right, right, I agree. But my point is, I mean, it's right. Well, and that goes back to what we want to get to, which is what can be done to increase capacity. Well, what it means is if you have if you have a gravity draining footing, older homes when they were constructed pre-60s, they just took the foundation drain and all of your sanitary waste all went out one pipe in your basement straight to the sanitary sewer. Then in the 60s they separated that and those remained sanitary sewers and the storm sewers were put in. If you don't have a device between you and that pipe, there is nothing to keep that water from coming backwards if there's pressure in the sanitary sewer. And one of the reasons that as a staff we recommend the overhead sewer is that creates a almost 100% positive separation from you and the sanitary sewer, so it can't come back. Because even if you could totally dry up the system, this inflow and infiltration we've been talking about, we can line. We do 15 to 20,000 feet of lining a year. That helps dry out the system. We don't line the services, which are the pipes from your house to sanitary. They also leak a little bit, and you've got downslope driveways and stuff. So there is inflow and infiltration in there. If for some reason a contractor, or we always say the beach ball, gets in downstream of you, even though the sewer's tight, all your neighbors are still taking showers, and it's all going into that system. If you don't have a block between you and the sanitary sewer, it's okay, Corey.
My question is, even the overhead sanitary sewer, okay, from my home would be 3 feet underneath the ground top. Okay. Would that be overwhelmed also when we have party on the street?
I've not personally experienced that. I've heard rumors that that's happened, but basically you're lifting it up in your basement to your rafters and back down, and that vertical separation is what is defeating the pressure and hydraulic grade.
Pete, you have a formal agenda and a formal sign-in sheet. Yeah. Now it's just everybody's out talking. If you could put it on focus would be.
I apologize.
Well, we tried to accommodate. So, and Clerk Spencer, we have a few more speakers, and maybe some of the speakers are asking the same questions. So, we're trying to answer questions. I think these are good questions, good answers. Maybe they're not answers you want to hear because you might have to spend some money, but they're answers that are going to work, hopefully, for your specific situations. But I'm being honest because I grew up in a bungalow that didn't have an overhead sewer. We had to put it in. We had to spend some money. And at that time, there was no program. So my father foot the bill and did it himself because we got fed up with sanitary water backing up into our house. Here we have a program that we're looking to fund tonight. We're going to help you pay up to $5,000 and do that. Westchester just put $2 million in their overhead sewer program, and that's to help individual homes protect themselves. So we're looking to hopefully put close to $500,000 in and try to help as many people as we can here with their specific situations. But the overall problem is going to cost, who knows, 10, 20, $30 million. It's going to take maybe 2 years, 3 years to fix. We got people that want to start their basements, get their houses back in order, and this would maybe allow 50, 60, 70% of the people to do that. So we're trying to have answers. We're allowing questions. And Clerk Spencer, if you'd like to go to the next next person, please.
Mark Fisher, 949 South Fairfield.
A lot of my discussion points have already been talked about. Our street did not flood in either June or July. What we got was raw sewage in our basement. And it's going to be a combination of long-term, there's obviously infrastructure issues that need to be addressed long-term, but short-term, the overhead sewer program is fine, but we also need to consider other alternatives like check valves that may be less expensive. So.
Mr. Burke, can you talk about check valves real quick? Does that help out the sewer system at all, or does that just protect the home?
The purpose of a check valve is to create and stop that flow from going back. No, just like some of the residents talked about tonight, that they got 3 different ideas from 3 different plumbers. I would caution everybody before you put a check valve to make sure that it's properly sized to withstand the backflow of pressure. The ones that you see in some of the older communities are also manual, so if you're not there, it really doesn't help you, depending on the configuration and how it's situated in your plumbing. So I would be very careful about the just having a simple backflow valve.
I appreciate that, so I want to ask that question real quick. Okay. City Clerk Spencer?
Marilyn Aredo, 912 Sailor.
Thank you. Some of the problems that the council is having tonight could have been solved in another way. As you can see and you can feel, there's still the anger that is being felt. I live at 912 Sailor, and I have lived there for 48 years. I have 2 issues to present to the council this evening. First, I was one of the few fortunate people that was in attendance at the committee of the whole meeting on August 9th, 2010, when Dr. Burke of Christopher Engineering presented his evaluation report on the Jackson Sailor Sanitary Lift Station. Dr. Burke was not on the agenda posted on the website, nor was he on the agenda that was available that evening. Dr. Burke's services were paid for by the Elmhurst residents through our taxes, and as such, the residents should have been informed of his presentation. On August 4th, in the Elmhurst Independent, Mayor DeCiani, you wrote a letter to the Elmhurst residents, and I quote, "I want you to know that we will get information out to you as soon as it is available." Dr. Burke should have presented his report at a larger venue. The Elmhurst citizens should have been notified, and maybe the mayor and the council would have gained the trust of the citizens they serve. If he had spoken to all of us, and I was here, and I could understand him, we wouldn't have this anger and this discussion today. It would have solved some of those problems. All right, my second issue. The word around town is overhead sewers. Tonight, there is a motion on the agenda to transfer $500,000 from a sewer maintenance fund to a share city resident program toward the installation of overhead sewers. The city will pay up to $5,000 as their share. Yes, overhead sewers prevent sewage backup into individual homes. However, it does not prevent clear stormwater from pouring into basements. Ask all the new homes. All the new homes there have overhead sewers. Even Dr. Burke, and I quote, "The overhead sewers will not take care of the entire problem." $500,000 will serve 100 to 200 homes belonging to residents that are interested and can afford to participate in the city's share overhead sewer program. What about the other 1,000 homes in Elmhurst? And how do you explain to a resident who cannot afford overhead sewers? So, in conclusion, my 2 questions are as follows. 1, why was Dr. Burke's presentation not announced to the Elmhurst community? And number 2, If you're going to allocate $500,000 for the Share City Resident Overhead Sewer Program, what are you going to do to rectify the stormwater issue for the rest of the thousands of homes in Elmhurst? Thank you.
Gotta take it easy.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Okay. Charles Morrow, 691 South Washington.
Hi there. I live at 600 block of Washington. I sort of represent 600 and 700 block. We all flooded, literally every house on our street flooded from McKinley to Madison. We've been meeting weekly trying to discuss sort of what we can do. Alderman Kennedy was kind enough to join us on Saturday, and we certainly appreciate how he's been so involved with us. Personally, just, you know, and Mayor DeCiani was at our house, or was at my house before. For everybody else, we bought our house in September. At June 23rd flood, I got 10 feet of water in the basement. It came through the windows. It was all storm water. It broke out the window wells. So 10 feet of water, so then we glass blocked the window wells. And then I built cement walls around each window well as well to try to prevent water from coming in. July 24th came around, and the water came over our foundation and stayed over our foundation for many, many hours. My basement, again, I got 10 more feet of water. The first time it was a finished basement. The second time it had still been gutted, for whatever that's worth. So it was about $100,000 in loss, of which insurance covers a very small fraction of it. My point here in standing here is I want to reiterate what I've been saying and what people on my street have been saying, which is that this is no longer a homeowner's problem. There's nothing more that I can do. You know, I've glass blocked, I've done these walls. There's just nothing I can do. Our street does not drain. I have an overhead sewer system, as does everybody on our street. It is not going to help anybody on our street. When rain comes, it does not leave our street. So I guess I would just suggest that, you know, I pay a lot of property tax. I do think it is the city's responsibility because there's nothing more that I can do as a homeowner. So I would ask for your help here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dan Breeden, 907 Parkside.
Good evening, Dan Beeden, 907 Parkside. I'm going to bridge a lot of my comments because they've been said already, but I did want to cover stormwater and some of the other alternatives that we're talking about or that have been proposed recently. We know from the recent discussions we've had some huge events lately, but it doesn't take a huge event. It doesn't take 7 inches of rain in 6 hours. It doesn't take 4 inches of rain in 2 hours. Parkside Avenue began to flood during the 2 inches we received on August 3rd and during the ½ inch we received last week. It's at the point now where everyone in our neighborhood with a recessed driveway moves their cars to the top of the driveway with the slightest threat of a thunderstorm. So I've got some pictures I brought I'd like to submit to council later on. Skipping around here, several proposals that I've seen on the agenda tonight revolve around limiting additional stormwater from entering the system. Everything from creating rain gardens in people's yards to disconnecting downspouts from the sewer system to placing a moratorium on new developments. Myself, I would strongly support these alternate activities that that have been discussed lately. In my opinion, each one of these would help us. However, it's my opinion. A lot of what we're hearing tonight is opinion, but I think we also need to take into account the facts that are before us. It's pretty evident that things have changed over the years, specifically the past 20 years. I think if you, not to inundate people with numbers tonight, but a new home with 2,400 square foot roof will collect approximately 3,000 gallons of water during a 2-inch rainfall. According to Alderman Shea and Peza's July 29th referral to the Finance Committee, there's approximately 1,200 new homes in Elmhurst in recent years. That's about 3.6 million gallons, by my calculations, of water that now goes into the storm system and not onto property. That doesn't even take into account the water that comes from drain tiles that used to be pumped onto property and that is now pumped into the storm system. Another change that we'd like to do, or I'd like to make everyone aware, or that people probably know of, but take into account the storm sewer extension program, which consists of installing drains in residents' yards and connecting those to the storm system. According to the March 9th, 2009 report from Public Works and Building Committee, Over 1,000 drains have been installed as part of this program since 1991. I couldn't even calculate or begin to calculate how much water that puts into the storm system. Finally, again, talking about changes, when Fire Station 2 was built, it had significantly less on-site retention than was originally planned. This was due to a variance that was granted. I have seen and read the reasons for that. But I think it was stated when the variance was granted that the staff reviewed the variance request and found no negative impacts to the neighborhood. Now, I'm not saying that's not true, but I'm saying for an issue like this, we need to assess whether the changes are going to have a positive impact on the community, not that it will not have a negative impact to the community. So I think that's where I'll leave it tonight. Like I said, any additional water we add to the system just makes the problem worse. We need to make immediate changes to limit and or remove water from the stormwater system. Thanks for your consideration as you're weighing this option as well.
Dean Petrolakis. We did? 652 Swain. All right.
Thank you. I live right next door to Caroline. She spoke a little bit earlier, and I just want to get on record to mention that Swain is a big problem area as well. Had I known that, I would have never built a new house there last year. We built a house, custom house, so I'm one of those houses that's dumping all my stormwater into the sewer. Sorry about that, but that's the code, so our builder did it by code. Our builder also did a lot of things by code that I think are stupid, but our window wells, I'm being told, had to be put at a certain level to the ground because it's unsightly for whatever reason. Our foundation has to have its ass dropped at the back. So my window wells in the back of the house are lower to begin with, and that's where the water came into my house. I had, like this gentleman here, I had all my water come from the outside. I had a back window well get completely filled because my backyard was Lake Michigan. I have the pictures. I had water 3 feet up in my backyard. Water poured in my window well, and I lost a 1,700 square foot finished basement in the house that we just built. My kids no longer have that basement. We had a playroom down there. That was much like Caroline. That was kind of our living area in terms of chilling out, hanging out. We don't have that anymore, and my kids are not going to have that because I will not dump a penny into that basement until you all, as a council and as a city, figure out the problem. For me, it was obviously stormwater. Had nothing to do with the sewer, although I do have a question for Dr. Burke about that, because I do have, obviously, overhead sewer, and that night of that rain, I did notice that, the main line running out of my house, the PVC line, I don't know if it was from pressure being exerted back on it, but it was leaking into the house. Is that to tell me that the pressure was so great? Was that eventually going to make its way up through somewhere, an upstairs toilet, or, should I be alarmed about that? I had water literally leaking out of that connection going into my foundation, so I would like you to answer that, but this, to me, is alarming simply because we dumped pretty much our savings into this house. Had a lot of communities to pick from. Mayor, you spoke to my wife last week, actually, Maria. We have a child with special needs, so we had a lot of choices to make when we decided where we were going to go, and Elmhurst had a great reputation. This was kind of the monster in the closet as far as I'm concerned. We obviously had no idea about this, and to me, the amount of tax dollars that we are paying to live in this community and to have to sit here and hear how people now have to invest in overhead sewers and all this other stuff is just troubling. And as you go out and you go through this RFQ process, you guys are talking about getting 4 bids and all that, and that's great, but what I want to know is, and you're going to have Dr. Burke help you put those qualifications together, but what assurance do we have that you're going to go with the right firm at the end of this? This problem's been going on for so long, and no one did anything about it, and now you're at the point where you have to do something about it. I agree with the mayor. This is not a low-price option. If you all are going to get bids and penny pinch, then good luck with that, because that's the wrong way to go, and you know what? You're just going to completely mess it up. So as residents, we want assurance that the process is going to be done right, and you're going to pick the right firm. This is not about picking the low-cost provider. This is about fixing it once and for all, because this is not our problem anymore. This gentleman here said it right. This is your problem, and it needs to be fixed. It's a joke, and it needs to be fixed. So that's all.
Darlene Heslop, 200 North Michigan Avenue, number 227.
I have actually a couple of questions or comments for Mr. Burke. I actually thoroughly read and went through your thing last week, whatever you want to, presentation, that's the word, presentation, last week. And I actually had several people who called me to ask me to help explain it to them, because it actually even took me a while to draw a schematic to figure out exactly where the bypass went versus where the main thing was and everything like that. But I did figure it all out, okay? Figured it all out myself. And the one thing that I think would be helpful is if, is there some sort of a printout that you get when the pumps go on and off? Okay. So, okay, hi. So is there a way that you can put that up on the website so that we can see, you know, they can see, because I don't live down there, but my brother does. So that on the 23rd and the 24th, they can see what times the pumps went on and off, the various pumps went on and off, so that there's a record that actually says when those two big pumps went on, and then when the little pump went on, when you went in and you did the bypass. Because I understand how that happened. You have the two big pumps and the little pump goes on, and so that there's an exact time that when that went on, right? So you can show that that went on and what time it went on and what time it went off. Okay? Is there a way that you can do that onto the website for everybody to see? Because then it'll be a digital thing, and it'll show the exact time that happened. Because if I look at page 7 of his presentation, he actually lists one for the 5th of August, not the one for the 7/23, 7/24, but for August. So I see that it is kind of possible for that to happen. Okay, so if you could do that, that would be great. All right, because I think it would alleviate a lot of questions about if it went on, didn't it go on, what time did it go on, because there actually is a record for that. There should be a record for that. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's one. Okay, now, my brother's actually living in half of a house, so that's another reason why I like some of these questions answered too. One of the things that happens is when the water actually stopped, when it stopped raining, okay, actually we stopped getting additional water, that's when the water was able to go down. It's kind of like the idea of a funnel, you know, if you have a funnel on a bottle, and you keep adding water, and the water's actually going into the glass or into the bottle, and it's still going into the bottle, it's going into the same rate. But when you're not adding any more water to the top of the funnel, that's when you see it all the way go down, and it gets sucked down, and everything goes into the top of the bottle. So that's kind of the idea of what happens. Is it kind of sounds like at 9 a.m. when it really stopped raining, that's when everybody started to go down. So it's kind of like that idea if you can visualize it. At least that's how I told everybody that's how to visualize it. I do think, and believe it or not, I actually agree with the chairman of the Finance Committee. I think that we need to look at this as being a long-term commitment, and so therefore it's going to be expensive. And that's why we need to look at as many people coast to coast who have experience in this, because this is going to be a long-term commitment and obviously be expensive. So it's not about pinching pennies. It's actually about making certain that all of the services that we are going to need, and we are going to need to look at, for whatever reasons, be it architecture, be it the storm sewers themselves, anything else that needs to be looked at, that we can find some firm or firms that will do this. It's not about pinching pennies. It's about finding the right fit for what we need. Okay, so I want that to, hopefully, that's what you're looking at. I'm maybe speaking for you, but that's what I'm hoping that you're looking at. To have Dr. Burke here to help on the short term, with the short term, getting the RFQ set and all that other kind of stuff, and even being somewhat of a consultant, that's probably a wise use of our funds, but again, be careful. And the reason why I want you to be careful is this. You're talking about allotting $500,000 for an overhead sewer program. And that's all well and good. I realize that your intentions perhaps are good in the sense of you're looking at something that you can do quick, that you can say, hey, I did this, we approved this. However, unless all 15 of you actually understand and know more than Mr. Burke here or any other firm that we're going to hire, I don't know that that's the best decision to make today, because we haven't even touched on the surface of all the problems we have. Because this isn't just a sanitary sewer issue, it's also a storm sewer issue that's causing a lot of these problems too. We have a capacity problem, okay? It's kind of like we were trying to put 16 ounces of water in an 8-ounce glass, okay? It wasn't going anywhere. We had no place to put it except it went where it wanted to go, because Mother Nature tells water, go where it wants to go, and it went into people's basements. And I'm not saying that that's a great thing or anything like that. I'm saying that that's the reality of the situation, and my sympathies go out to everybody, okay? But we need to look at the first thing that Dr. Burke said that we could do, we all could do, is if you have an illegal connection, get rid of it. And if we need to allot some money, some funds to help people to do that, I think that that would be a wise use of money. We can't necessarily do it tonight, I understand that. But if we could look at doing that, because in some instances, I actually know that reconnecting from an illegal source to a legal source really doesn't cost you very much money to do. It's not a lot in the way of equipment that you actually need. And I would like, because this is best practice, to establish standards. If we are going to continue with overhead sewers, we establish standards for what those overhead sewers should be, what they should look like. It goes without saying that the fixtures that need to be utilized, we need to have them so that they do not have subpar functioning. Okay, I think that was something that Dr. Burke talked about last week, and I think that that is very, very important. And it really, honestly and truly is the most fiduciary responsibility of this council to get a comprehensive, and I'm talking of both sewer systems, utilizing the knowledge that we have already from our city staff, as well as any of the professionals that we hire. That is your fiduciary responsibility. It's why you're elected. That's why all 15 of you are sitting up there today, is to do that for us, all of us, to make sure that every single last little place in this community is taken care of and looked at the top, looked at the bottom, side to side, because I think that we would be creating problems if we only looked at a little piece of it. Thank you very much.
Eddie Selak, 761 Sailor.
Okay, my neighbor and I are both here. We both grew up on the same block and decided to buy our neighbors' houses and stay in Elmhurst and live here. So we've lived on the same block our entire lives. And I can tell you, back in the flood of '87, we never had sanitary water in anybody's house on our neighborhood, and there was 12 inches of rain that day. So the last time it rained, we had 7 inches of rain, and I had sanitary water coming out of my toilet, the top of my toilet tank, over my vanity, over my slop sink, and out my standpipe. So obviously something big changed. And the question is what? This isn't really what I came here to talk about tonight, but since I've heard a lot of the commentary going on from the Public Works Director, et cetera, I have my own theories about why things are flooding. And I think a big issue is stormwater in this town, because not many people say, well, we got a big storm coming, it's going to rain, let's take showers, do our laundry, and flush the toilets at 2 in the morning and flood the streets. So obviously the sanitary water is getting inundated, and inundation is a big major problem. And yes, there is a reason why it gets inundated. It does come from the ground, it does come from pipe separation, but it does come from flooded streets as well. Those of you that don't know, most of the sanitary lines run straight down, dead down the middle of your street. So when you see that steel lid in the middle of the street, that's your sanitary line. Water's getting in there, so when that's covered with water, guess where it's going? and those pumps aren't designed to handle that. They're not gasketed lids. They do make frames and gasketed lids to seal that, but we don't have those. So the water is going in there and it's infiltrating that. So I would think if you deal with getting rid of the stormwater in the streets, it's going to definitely help your sanitary problem in the street. Now, they spoke of, in this meeting, they were speaking of pipelining. Okay, pipelining is an excellent solution. There's also routine maintenance. There's root cutting, there's jetting, there's televising. You look for pipe separation. There's a lot of things you can do to help the cause. And one comment I would make in regards to that is maybe the overhead sewer program is great that you're trying to help us, because we do want to try to help ourselves, most of us. And I do want to try to help myself so I can stay here. I've lived here my whole life. My neighbor has as well. So we really don't feel like moving. And, you know, that is a viable alternative, but do we want to? No, we don't. So if we can do something to help ourselves, we will, and I'll get to that in a minute. But my point of the matter is, if we can get the stormwater alleviated from the roadways, I think we're going to alleviate a lot of the problems that there is with the sanitary lines. So, you know, with that said, some of you have talked about the overhead sewer program, and well, one other point I wanted to make is with the lining. My point is, maybe you could look at other places to take the money from, so you could also help us with reimbursement of programs and continue to do the lining, because it seems like that is definitely helping. It's something you're doing to help the cause. Now, maybe it's not the solution to the problems, obviously, but it's helping the cause. So maybe we could take money from other things, like maybe we don't need to be Tree City, USA or anything. I would not rather have my neighborhoods not be a reservoir until the water goes down, and have a lot less trees in town, because I probably would have more power anyway, because they're going to grow and snap the power lines off. So I'm okay with no trees as long as I don't have water in my front yard. Again, I have my own opinions. I've noticed when they replace catch basins in this town, they put in a 2-foot deep barrel. The one on the corner used to be probably 25 feet deep. Now the new barrel's 2 feet deep, so it doesn't hold water. But we don't have mosquitoes, so that's a good thing. So that's why we put these little ones in there. And another thing I did notice was during the last flood, the firemen were pulling frames or lids off the frames and allowing water to go directly into the sanitary lines. Now that's just killing you, because not only that is, when the water finally does go down, it's a giant suction, a vortex. So the beach ball theory and everything, it's true. You can suck in landscape timbers, everything can go right down in that sanitary line, and who's the poor guy that's got to try to deal with that? The Public Works Division. And it's not pretty, and that's what's going to jam up your lines as well. So that was just one observation I'd made during the flood, that firemen should not be pulling lids off of catch basins to allow water to go down. They're not helping. They're actually hindering and making the problem worse. But the real reason I came here tonight is to talk about this overhead sewer. And in Elmhurst, they tell you they're going to reimburse you up to $5,000 for your overhead sewer program. Now, I've had plumbers to my house, and my house is an older home. And they told me flat out, this is not a viable, for your home, it's really not viable. It's destructive. We've got to do so much stuff to your house. It's very invasive and extremely costly. So I looked into other solutions, and ironically, all of the plumbers I had dealt with had given me the same solution. And a lot of the guys in my professional career had given me the same solution. So what I looked into is they do make a flood control system, and it works on all gravity feed sewer lines that you have in your home, and it also has bypass pumping, and it's a positive closure, and it's been in business for 40 years. It's at least more than half the cost of overhead sewer systems, and it protects your home. And my question is the village going to reimburse me for this system, because I'm doing something to protect myself? This is a viable system, and it's not only half the cost to the village, it's half the cost to me. So I'm wondering if I could submit this pamphlet and ask if you're going to reimburse me if I have this system, and also hope that as long as I'm doing things to help myself and wanting to stay in this town, is the village going to help me, or are they going to make this an impossible process for me to go through? So I do have this pamphlet, and I don't know who I would...
Give it to Clerk Spencer here. There we go.
Actually,
I'll
give you a quick description of the system. What they do is they come to your house, and they the only invasive part of coming to your house at all is they have an electrician, certified electrician, come into Village Code, and they wire a box to your fuse panel. And in that box is the power going to a trash pump, a pump that will pump sanitary waste. Now, they run the line out to your front yard, they dig a hole all the way down to your sanitary line, and they put in a concrete barrel with a full bottom. They tap into your sanitary line and they put in a valve. And this is a one-way mechanical valve. And it's got rake teeth so it doesn't allow debris to come backwards, and it's also got a positive weighted closure. So when you have pressure, like the Public Works Director talked about, when you have back pressure from the sanitary pushing on, the valve shuts. The harder the back pressure pushes on a neoprene valve, it shuts harder. So even if there's debris in there, it shuts around the debris. It's a positive closure. It doesn't fail. Then on the other side of the valve, you have what they call a bypass. And what happens with the bypass is every time you flush your toilet, take a shower, whatever, it comes out the bypass and starts to fill the barrel. It doesn't go into your sanitary line. If the barrel gets to a certain height and it's full, a trash pump will kick on and bypass and pump it still out into the sanitary line. Most people generally don't, take showers and do all these things when they know your road is underwater out in front of your house. But in emergency, say you do need to take medication, run some water, take a shower, whatever, you can still do that because there's capacity in your front yard to hold that. And it can't get into your house because everything is check valve protected. It's the. And it's like nothing's ever been done to begin with. And if your power goes out, that ejector pump is not going to work. If your power goes out, the ejector pump wouldn't work. However, however, the capacity of the barrel in your front yard holds, I don't know exact gallons, like around 500 gallons of water. I mean, you can flush your toilet several times, take showers several times, what have you. And it's not going to come back.
Real quick, while you're there, is Mr. Burke, Dr. Burke, do you know about the system, and if you can make a comment then to its quality, and if it eliminates I&I?
I'm very familiar with the system, especially because some of the communities you represent have combined sewer systems, and this is a very effective way of eliminating the sewer backup on combined sewer systems. However, it does not address the issue of the infiltration and other clear water sources getting in. And if the residents do not disconnect that, and that water's trying to get through the valve, it can cause flooding on the other side, because if you still have a roof drain, you still have a sump pump discharging.
That's correct.
And
this is strictly for sanitary and gravity feed sanitary lines. It's not for homes that have your gutters and your sump pumps and everything tied into your sanitary. This is strictly if you have a house and you have a sanitary line that's gravity feed and you're getting back up through your sanitary line, and you have a sump pump, but it pumps out into your front yard, and you have downspouts, but you obviously just, your gutters run out into your grass, whatever. That's what this system's designed for, and it's extremely effective. And that's why I'm asking tonight if this system would work perfectly for my home at half the cost and half the destruction to my finished basement in my house. And is the village willing to reimburse 50% for this system, because it's not only going to save you a lot of money, but it's going to save me a lot of money. So I do have the pamphlet, and that's the question I have. It's Ever-Ready Flood Control, and there are a lot of other copycat companies that do this valve, and they do have some differences between the valves. So anybody looking into this system, you can look into the options with that, because there are. But these are the people that actually designed it and patented it.
Sir, if you could bring that up and give it to Clerk Spencer, we'll submit that for the record. We'll have it looked at. And thank you, Dr. Burke. Very good idea. Yeah. Thank you, Miss.
Just for people's reference, in talking to this company, they have over 100 of these valves installed in Elmhurst already.
Thank you.
Okay. Last person to sign in to speak tonight is Kathleen Sullivan, 133 Pine Street.
Kathleen Sullivan, 133 Pine Street. Leaders of the City Council. Great leaders are defined by how they respond to crises. Today's decisions will define and shape your history. I'm going to give a little background on my house since there were so many others given and a lot of you haven't heard me speak before. My house was in the middle of a retention pond that spread from the east side of Avon Street, across Pine Street where I live, onto Willow Street. It was 1 block long and 2 blocks wide. There was 9 feet of water in my basement and 9 feet of water in the basement of the home next to me and the 2 behind me, one of which passed their basement inspection on Thursday, July 22nd. So they had a newly remodeled basement in their dumpster by Monday. You've been prudent this year, City Council, in doing all the things you've done with your budget, and I want to encourage you to continue to be prudent in making your decisions. You did a great job discussing the engineering selection this evening. I thought that was a really good discussion. I appreciated that discussion a lot more than 30 minutes on a non-debatable motion last week. If we use 1990 census data from the city's website, and 80% of the homes roughly don't have overhead sewers is another number I had seen. That would be 12,502 homes that do not have overhead sewers. If you multiply that by the $5,000 per home that that you currently offer, and you wanted to fix everyone's home with overhead sewers, and you think that's the solution, that would be $62 million. You can check my math. Your plan, from what I've heard is proposed, is to help about 50 to 100 residents. That's 0.3 to 0.6% of the people who would need help. So what I'm asking you is don't rush headlong into those floodwaters, okay? Take a minute, go through your studies, get the information that you need to make these decisions. And the information presented by the last speaker was brand new to me, and I've been at City Hall 2 of the last 3 Fridays and spent the other Friday with other people trying to learn more information about this. Every Friday afternoon, because I get those off in the summer, that's what I've been doing with my time. I clean my basement the rest of the weekend. So I just ask you to take a holistic look to provide a total solution. Implementing a partial best practice like we do with the backyard drains or some of the other things may actually increase the severity of the problems, and I think that's what the people are saying, and tax a system that repeatedly exceeds capacity, which is what it did on July 24th. My street has been flooded over 6 times since September of 2008. Since that time, we came to City Council starting in February of 2009. 8 people have installed overhead sewers. Some of the homes that have water on July 24th include a home from 1876. When it was built, the residents there said they had never received water, not even in 1987. They got water. Our 2 homes that were built in 2001 never received water for the flooding issues. It had received them for a ComEd issue, which we had fixed by getting battery backup systems for our sumps, which went out with a big bang when the floodwater came from the outside of our house as it was surrounded. So we just don't want the whole system taxed. We need the whole thing fixed. We can't continue to be a de facto retention pond for the city of Elmhurst, and we just want the whole problem fixed. And so I really appreciate you continuing to do that, because today, again, your decisions will shape your history.
Thank you, ma'am. Alrighty, that's the end of our list there, Clerk Spencer. Very good. Thank you, everyone, for your comments, and Dr. Burke for your questions and your answers to those comments. Mike Hughes, Public Works Director, as well. And let me just, before I go on to some of these items, I know we got a council meeting to get done as well too. You know, we've got issues where overhead sewers in certain streets, you know, like Pine and like Washington, may not solve every single problem. But throughout town, we have overhead issues that in the end will separate water, which I think is what Dr. Burke is saying is the biggest thing we can do, and will allow people who have insurance checks and don't have street flooding coming in their overhead, their windows in their basements, the ability to protect themselves and get going. So while that's not the fix for the whole situation, everybody's kind of in a unique spot based on their particular needs. So we understand that. We're weighing that in all of our decision-making processes here, and we're here to do the best we can to help everybody from Elmhurst. So with that, individual items on this agenda. We did the engagement. We're going to do the RFQ, providing that's how we want to go. On the number 2, sump pump inspection program. Any questions or concerns on that particular item? Alderman Mulliner.
I kind of would like to take a step back. I said this last week, and I guess I need to repeat it. I guess, I'm looking at this list again, and I'm back to the same spot I was last time. I think that each of these are a good piece of the puzzle, but I think we need to get back and come up with a comprehensive review of the system. We need to come up with a comprehensive plan to address the issues that are here. I mean, we've heard tonight from a lot of residents about concerns about different things. A lot of people have brought up a lot of new and unique ideas. I never heard of this system that we just heard about 2 minutes ago, and I think that might be something that we need to look at. But I don't think we can do it piecemeal. And, I keep looking at this agenda, and, we have the referrals that have come in, but I just don't see a plan here. I just see a series of referrals, and I don't see what direction the city council and the city is going to take to solve the problem of the people who are sitting out here in the audience and the rest of the people who are sitting at home who are, some of them cleaning their basements. So I guess I'm back to that same concept of what I said last time, of the fact that I think that what we need to do is, I think we need to have the city staff give us an overview of how the system is designed to work.
Go ahead, Emerson. What? Alderman, is there a problem?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
No.
Go ahead.
I think that it's important for us to take and do a comprehensive review of the system, look at what it's doing, how it works, how it functions. I mean, there were a lot of questions tonight that came out, and Mike Hughes did a great job trying to address a number of the issues, but you can see all the different questions that are out there, and I think we need to have that opportunity to, as a council, come up with those questions and take the questions from the community and address those questions and then come up with a game plan as to how we're going to solve this. We keep coming back to the overhead sewer solution, and I heard tonight from our consultant that the first 2 things that he listed weren't overhead sewers. The first 2 things that he listed were removing the sump pumps that are illegally connected and the footing drains that are connected to the system. I mean, those are 2 things that are not overhead sewers. Now, that's why I say we need to have a comprehensive plan. We need to see what this is going to cost us. We need to set some priorities. We need to come up with how we're going to pay for it. I just don't see us doing that. I see us piecemealing this, and I'm very concerned that we're piecemealing something that really needs a comprehensive plan, and I continue to see the same agenda. I continue to see the fact that we've got referrals on here, and that's fine to put referrals on here, but I think we need to have a better way to solve this problem. I mean, we're not going to go through all 8 of these this evening. It's already 9:30 at night, and we've talked about the first one, and all we've come up with on the first one is the idea that we need to put out an RFQ so that we can come up with who that person should be. We've got 8 other items here. Each one of these could be an individual meeting, but we can't address each one of these until we have an idea of what the whole picture is. I mean, I really need to understand how the system works. I mean, every time I listen to Mike Hughes or any of the staff talk, I learn more about how the system works, but I don't understand the whole picture of it. And if I don't understand the whole picture, I can't help to come up with a solution. So I'm back to that same thing. I just feel like we're going to spin our wheels looking at just referrals. I agree that the referrals need to be addressed, but I think we need to change the order of them, and we need to take Alderman Bram's proposal, which is the comprehensive one, put it as number 1, and we need to start focusing on number 1, and from number 1, the other ones are going to fall out.
Thank you, Alderman. Is there anybody like to make a motion on any of the items, or are we going to move everything off to the future. Any particular one item? No? Alderman Pezza?
I'd just like to make a suggestion. I agree with Alderman Molnar wholeheartedly, yet I think we owe it to one another and the people to at least go through this, even if we take 5 minutes, we limit ourselves to 5 minutes to address each one and explain to one another what we meant with the referral and the people, so they understand what it is we're even going to look at, just to have 5 minutes each to let everybody know what these are even about, and then from there we can, follow suit however we decide.
Alderman Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Alderman Mulliner. We're amateurs at best. What we should be approving tonight is Alderman Bram's comprehensive plan and also the engineer for the consulting. Our infrastructure should be looked at a whole and assessed, and then once that's done, then we would be able to address systematically and cost-effectively the repair, replace, and or upgrades of what needs to be done to the infrastructure across the whole town. While I know this is a little off subject, I just wanted to answer two things. One, the RFQ is not to get the person that's the cheapest. An RFQ is the one who's the most qualified. That's why we want to go that route. And also, to the other lady about being informed, we also the city council knew of Mr. Burke coming when we came in that night. Thank you.
Alderman Hipskin?
So I think we're kind of all on the same page here. What I'd like to suggest, and I don't think we need a motion and a second, but the person or committee that has assigned the different, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4, take 5 minutes. I'll be the usual timer. And that person or that committee take 5 minutes on that. I'd like to exclude Alderman Bram's selection to go very last. We do the 5 minutes on each item, and then the last one be Alderman Bram's, because I think that is the crux of the beginning of really understanding the entire problem. So if anyone has any objections to that.
Alderman Morley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can appreciate why we're doing a committee of the whole, because I think all of us are very, very concerned with the problems that we face. And I actually think this has been quite a productive conversation, albeit maybe out of the ordinary. I think there's been some very productive suggestions from the audience, and I think we've all learned a lot. I also can share Alderman Mulliner's frustration on some of this stuff. However, I think we should go back. There's a reason why we have committees. As much as we all want to get involved and roll up our sleeves, I think we can prioritize, but the last thing I want to do is stop working. We've got 14 or 15 people up here who are giving their time and want to provide input and work as hard as they can. It's 9:30. I haven't heard from 2/3 of the aldermen up here about any of this stuff. As much as I know we all want to be involved, I think the process we're looking at right now is terribly inefficient. And I think, hey, look, I'll meet every night if we have to for 4 hours, okay, to work on this stuff. But we're all on separate committees. All of our committees are much more nimble than 14 or 15 of us. So Alderman Bram's proposal is a good idea, okay, but I don't necessarily want to put it in front of one or the other. I've got finance referrals. Obviously there's some public works referrals. There's DPZ referrals. As much as I can appreciate we all want to discuss it all at certain times, I think we allow the committees to do what the committees were designed to do, to work fast, to work nimbly, to do a lot of the work and a lot of the background so that we can come as chairs or vice chairs or members of the committee and present to the rest of the council. I think there's a level of trust required from all of us in our committees to do some of this hard work. So I'm glad we do these committees of the whole. I think it shows the community that we're working as hard as we can. But at some point we've got to break this stuff up. No decisions are going to be made. But the referrals that are coming to my committee, I know my committee's dying to get onto this stuff. But if we have one more committee of the whole, it's just another week or two before we get to sink our teeth into it. So I would say, I'd like to know what the end game is for this committee of the whole, what we want to do. I don't mind trying to prioritize. I think Alderman Mulliner would like to comment after I'm done. I would certainly like to prioritize where we are, but as a committee chair, I want to sink my teeth into some of this stuff. I want to have a very productive conversation with my 2 or 3 committee members. So
Very good.
I'm looking for the chair for some direction on the best way to chop this stuff up. I really kind of support everything that's been said tonight, but let's start working.
I too, as chair and direction, I too think we'd be better off breaking these up into in our committees. Also, these are also points for the task force to deal with as well too. Some of these as well too. But we could definitely be a lot more efficient breaking these up into committees. We're not spinning our constituents' wheels
quick
as
follow-up,
well. Yeah,
Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me.
Absolutely.
That's not saying that any action will be taken without committee approval.
Correct. Correct.
So
we could, you know, because any action will have to come to the council for televised approval, et cetera. And committee meetings are open to the public as well too. People can come and listen and hear us how we interact and discuss, et cetera. So, Alderman Gutenkopf.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I completely understand where Alderman Morley's coming from. When you look at this list, it seems like a very disparate group of recommendations. And trying, as a committee of the whole, to prioritize this disparate group seems like a very inefficient task. I completely agree with you. But let me offer an alternative. I think that the target that should come out of the committee of the whole is direction toward a comprehensive plan that addresses stormwater and sanitary issues. Each one of these other suggestions is simply a piece of the big puzzle. And if we take all of these other suggestions and put them under this need for a comprehensive plan, it suddenly becomes very manageable because they are simply ideas that the City Council generated as we were faced with this overwhelming task. Each one of us had a great idea. We sent it to the council and said, look, here's my great idea that fits into this big picture. What's the big picture? The big picture is the comprehensive plan. So rather than piece it back out again and send each of these pieces to committee and then we have to come back together again, I think what we should be focusing on is develop a comprehensive plan and take each one of these different pieces and fit it into that. Some of them we're going to need the expertise of the consulting engineer. Some of them are really interesting ways of trying to figure out how to fund it, but they're all part of this overall project that we're trying to address. So with that in mind, I think the only way that we're going to take any action on this is for us to make a motion that we elevate this one primary idea. What's the big picture we're going for? What's the way we can approach this holistically? How are we going to get our hands on this whole project? How are we going to define a plan? We've already identified that we've got to get some outside assistance, and we've said, yeah, we're going to look for an engineer who's going to help us, who's going to be able to take this whole project and pull it all together for us, because our staff, as hard as they're working on this, they're also working on the day-to-day management of their jobs. So in order for them to be able to use their expertise and put it into this entire project and do their jobs, we're going to need some outside assistance, somebody who's just focused on that part. So I think that's a great idea. We're going to look for an engineer who's going to help us pull it all together. So now what are they pulling together? They're going to pull together a plan for Elmhurst. What's the problem? How do we fix it? What are the priorities, and where's the money coming from? That's really what all of these little pieces are. All of these ideas that we've all thrown in there, and if we ever get to City Council tonight, there's one that I threw in there too. So what I think we need to do right now is to entertain a motion, to have a motion to elevate addressing a comprehensive plan first. So I move that the first thing that we do is to direct the city staff to work toward a comprehensive plan for addressing stormwater and sewer management issues for the city of Elmhurst.
Second by Alderman Mulliner, and discussion. Alderman Hipskin.
Quick question for Alderman Gutenkopf. I would have been the second if I didn't see Alderman Mulliner do it. How would you suggest we take these other items? Alderman Muller.
Mike wants to answer.
Yeah. Alderman Mullen, I'll let you go, and then I have a question for staff too, because I believe we have a former comprehensive study that I want Director Mike Hughes to talk about and possibly see if we can elaborate on that, because a lot of these issues were in that. Some were addressed, some weren't, so I want to talk about that. Alderman Mulliner, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go right back to what I said before. The first thing we need to do is we need to get an understanding of how the system works. Every one of us up here, we can pretend like we know how it works. I'm sorry, I don't work in sewers. I don't understand those systems. They're simple systems, but I don't understand them because they've gotten much more complex. We've separated them. We've done all kinds of different things. One sewer flows one direction, one sewer flows in the other direction. This street's high, this street's low. This one gets flooded, that's up high. This one that's down low, doesn't get flooded. We need to understand the logic in it. We need to understand how the systems work in order for us to get a handle on it. So how do we approach this thing? We get a report from the staff along with the consulting engineers to tell us how the system's designed to work. We come back, and that's the first thing we need to do. We need to get our hands around how the system works. And then what occurred during these last floods. And from I want to take a holistic view of the whole whole city, but I also have to focus a little bit on the 7th Ward. The other thing that I really want to know is, in the 7th Ward, why from Prospect to Hillside does it flood when it starts to rain and we get like a quarter-inch of rain? I mean, I can go to Parkside every single time, and I run over there whenever it starts to rain to see whether it's flooding. So we need to understand why those streets are having such a problem. And we've got a map here that shows us clearly where those issues are. So let's identify those problem areas. Let's identify what the issues are there. And let's identify the solutions to those issues. And then let's come back and fit these things that are here right underneath it. They're going to fit right into it. I mean, one of the things, we talk about this. We heard it 100 times tonight. We heard it from the engineer. Sump pumps being connected. Sump pump inspection. It's one of the referrals. There's no question. That's a very simple referral. That's going to fall out from the comprehensive plan. There's no question. One of the things we need to do is we need to do a sump pump inspection. We need to go around and inspect to find out who's illegally connected and solve that problem. I mean, that's a simple solution. Hey, this just is not rocket science. This is just a matter of let's set up a process to go ahead and come up with, here's what's wrong, here's how we solve the problem, here's the 5 things we need to do to solve it that are inexpensive, here's the 20 things that are expensive, and how are we going to fund them? I mean, it's not tough to do this. This is like 4 or 5 things, and all of these smaller items are going to fall out. And to your concern, Alderman Worley, maybe some of these, after we get a comprehensive plan, do end up going back to the committees. I mean, maybe that's an appropriate thing, but let's get the comprehensive plan in place so that the 14 of us or 15 of us are sitting up here, we understand what that plan is, so that then when they go back to the committees, we're all looking and working off of the same basic plan. If we're all working off of different plans when we get back to committee, what are we going to have? We're going to have 14 or 4 different ideas coming back at us. We have to have one plan that we're working off of, so when we come back here, we come back with the same ideas and something that's going to fit into our master plan. That's what I think. I may be all wet.
Thank you, Alderman. So we got a motion and a second. We're discussing this on a comprehensive plan. I wanted to go to staff real quick, if that's okay. Public Director Hughes, can you comment on the Harza study from '97? Because a lot of these problem areas that I'm looking at that were affected were also affected in the '87, '97, '96 flood. And would we have to reinvent the wheel? I know a lot of these things have been addressed, but obviously some of them haven't because of cost or whatever. Could we take that Harza study, expand upon it, so we're not starting from scratch? Would that make sense? I'm looking for direction from staff.
I would suggest that is certainly every study that the city's ever done would become a resource for whomever the eventual engineer is that goes forward. I would say that the Harza study from '96 would certainly be a good template. I think what you will find as you go into this is I mean, it's fairly obvious. You're going to be examining the areas that had problems. You're not examining areas that don't have problems, and so it sort of ends up breaking itself down geographically. A problem on this block may be a different problem than was on that block. So it takes some analysis and some investigation, and then you start identifying those, and then you go into things like what's causing the problem? Is it system capacity? Is it drying out the system would help? Those kind of questions have to be asked. And of course, you're looking at both systems at the same time. And then you start analyzing and coming up with potential fixes for those problems. And then normally those are rated as, A, B, C, D, E, F, probably varying degrees of improvement and varying degrees of cost. And so that goes a little bit to what was being discussed earlier, scope of work. It's difficult to say what is it going to take to fix Washington until the analysis and inspection analysis work is done. And that may be different than Pine Street, may be different than another street. So that's been my experience. That's what came out of the 96 event. Some of these areas were identified in 96, some others were not. But that will kind of be the format, I believe. So it is a good template for work going forward.
Okay. And that study also has work that we did complete and work that we didn't complete. And costs were associated with each one of those sections, so to speak. So I'm sure costs have gone up since 96, but at least it will give us a basis, and then we can look at these other new areas as well. But we're not starting from scratch, which I think is helpful. So definitely a comprehensive plan, I think, is all agreed upon by everybody here. No doubt about it. Yeah. But if this takes 3, 6, 10 months, I think I'll tell Alderman Morley's credit, we want to start attacking a lot of these issues in committee so we can start putting out these little fires that are all going to be part of the comprehensive plan as well, but some of these need to be addressed prior to a completed plan, so to speak. So especially if we know when we hear Dr. Burke say, hey, you can do this and this right away to help solve these problems, I think those are things that we need to look at and take action. We've got people in insurance checks that are looking to protect their homes before they spend money. Those people are out here. I see a few in the crowd too that definitely said we need this, we need protection. So Alderman Nybo, and then I'll go to Alderman Pezza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're too nice of a person to say this, so I will instead. With all due respect, we try to have certain rules and procedures that we follow here at our meetings, and one of those, and I do mean this with the utmost respect, because I know you guys have all been through a lot, but if you could refrain from clapping after we say stuff, it's just something that we're not supposed to do, and it helps run our meetings in a much more orderly process. And I view it as somewhat inappropriate to be clapping after we make comments up here. So as much as we all love to say something and have a bunch of people clap for it, and trust me, that make me feel great too, I would just ask that you not do that. Sorry to be the bad guy. A couple thoughts. I think we can approve 2-4. That's a comprehensive plan. That seems pretty easy, so I'll vote for that motion. I think the appropriate step after that is to have our staff come back to us with a recommendation or some contours, and we could certainly direct our staff to do that, per that motion. I think 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8 should go back to the committees if we want to do that. But they should go back to the committees with the direction that the staff, our staff, give us some preliminary thoughts, advice, or recommendations on those individual recommendations. Even when we operate in a committee structure, staff usually comes to us with a preliminary suggestion as to what we should do on this. And I don't think we want to just fly off the cuff and start discussing these issues ourselves without the benefit of staff advice. Item 2-3 is different because staff has already given their opinion on this issue. There's a memo that they've given us from city manager and from the director of public works. And I actually think that item 2-3, and that's the overhead sewer installation, I think that's appropriate for deliberation tonight. Staff has given us an opinion. There is a good argument to be made for timeliness with respect to that item. And so what I would suggest is that we approve 2-4, that we send 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8 back to the committees with staff recommendations, and that we deliberate on 2-3, and that's overhead sewers.
Okay. And we have a motion and a second on the comprehensive plan, so any other discussion, Alderman Pezza?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to steal a famous quote from Darrell Whistler, the chairman of our Zoning and Planning Commission, a man I very well respect. He always says when making a decision, not only should we be doing the right thing, but we should be doing the right thing the right way. And I think that says it in a nutshell for what we're trying to do here. The right thing, the right way, I believe, is to get our comprehensive plan. That doesn't mean in the meantime, we can't all be working together. The citizens, the council, the staff, the engineer, the task force, I think we're all in this together. It's obvious we want to fix this problem because we have more than one problem, and they all need to be fixed. And it is our responsibility. I kind of take offense to the fact that, we would tell the people, it's about time you start pitching in. You know what? Your taxes got raised 79%. You are pitching in. You pitch in twice a year, every year, and those taxes go to core and critical services, number one. If this isn't a core and critical service, I certainly don't know what is. So let's do the right thing, the right way. Let's work with the comprehensive plan. Let's get the ball rolling in all these different avenues. Let's work together. Let's make sure time is of the essence. If we need to put these all back to committee at some point, I don't have a problem with that. That's what we're here for. But to pick and choose, I mean, who are we? We do have 2 engineers here. I do understand that. But, we're not engineers. Just like for other decisions, we're not car dealers. We're not teachers. We're not this. We're not that. We are here to take professional advice. I am not an engineer. 13 of us are not engineers. That's why we're going to hire someone. So until that happens, I agree with Alderman Mullner. I agree with the motion. Let's get a plan in order. Let's start working together. And from there, I think we could have nothing but good results.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Kennedy, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I
Getting a little
totally
late.
agree. We got to start with a comprehensive plan. And the other things, as Alderman Nybo said, let's put those back to committee where they belong. I'll throw Mike Hughes under the bus and say we got to meet every Monday on Public Works and start looking at this stuff. And I would suggest we start our group, us four, looking at the comprehensive plan, working with staff, and then when it's ready to roll out and really talk to the whole group, we can do that. I think it's better in a stepwise progression there.
Sure.
And time is of the essence. We sat here 2 weeks ago and said we were going to do all this in committee in a whole, and now we're kind of backtraining. We need to think about this stuff before we jump ahead, because collectively we look a little stupid in this respect. And so, I think the comprehensive plan is the right way to go. We're going to have the task force ultimately dovetailing into that effort. So if we understand things, and then the lay people, so to speak, understand things, we're going to be better off. We'll bring in Christopher Burke, whoever the most qualified person is ultimately, and we'll have a plan put together and move forward. But we got to be efficient about this. We got to be logical, and it is going to be virtually impossible to have 19 of us or whatever sit up here and do it. We got to do it in smaller pockets and then roll it out, and it'll be much better in that respect.
Very good, very good. Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since this is my referral, I do agree with doing a comprehensive plan. It would be humorous to say at this time of the hour that I didn't, but I do. I think that, as Alderman Pezza has said and Alderman Mulliner has already said, that we can't look at this piecemeal. We need to spend our money wisely. We need to do the right thing the right way. And in order to do that, the overhead sewer program that we have is a good thing. Is that the solution? No, it's not. It could prevent what's happening in some homes to stop happening, but it is not the solution. The problem here is the infrastructure in the city of Elmhurst, and we, those of us who sit behind this dais, are responsible for that along with the city staff, and we need to take the time, no matter what time of the night it is, to put the pen to the paper and come up with the right solution for this very large problem. I think that we spent 2 nights, back-to-back Mondays, of deliberating this, and I would actually like to have recommendations coming into the next meeting from city staff from the comprehensive it is getting late, comprehensive plan standpoint. I did see the memo from the Director of Public Works as the city manager about the overhead sewer program, but I don't know. I'll just throw something off the cuff here. Maybe that $500,000 that is being proposed from taking it from the sanitary line lining program, maybe that could be better spent on the pump system at the Sailor Sanitary Sewer Lift Station. Maybe instead of helping 20 homes, 40 homes, it would help a neighborhood. I don't have that answer. I don't know if that's the solution. That's why, even though I am an engineer, not the right engineer for this situation, but That's why I'm going to look at the city staff, because we do have competent people on the city staff, engineers, professional engineers, to provide us the knowledge that we need to make the tough decisions here. So I'm going to look at city staff and make the request that coming into the next meeting, that we do have bullet items for a comprehensive plan. They're the ones who are familiar with this, albeit Dr. Burke has been here the last couple of weeks or so. Director Hughes has been here, I think, just a tad bit more than a couple of weeks. So I look to him and his staff to provide some factual information for the city council so we can intelligently, and I stress that, intelligently debate on a comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Anyone else? Alderman Leader.
I find myself in agreement that we should move with a comprehensive plan. But I would say this, that often people will talk about the city of Elmhurst as if it is some disembodied entity somewhere off there. But the city of Elmhurst is really every taxpayer and every citizen who lives in our town. And we're just the elected representatives. We're your voice. And we're all, every single one of us up here, trying to do the right thing. Right now, whatever we do is going to cost you money. It will cost you money, because whatever we do, it is the taxpayers of Elmhurst who will end up paying. And all of us are up here are taxpayers too. We presently 9 cents out of every dollar you pay to DuPage County when you get your tax bill on your house, presently 9 cents goes to the city of Elmhurst. 91 cents doesn't. Of that 91 cents, about 73 cents goes to the city, pardon me, to the school system. And the rest goes to the Park District, to College of DuPage, to the forestry. But about 9 cents. Alderman Pez is right. Our taxes are our local tax levy that you pay in Elmhurst, which are local dollars that you pay for local health, welfare, and that's what the city is about. It's all about health and welfare and safety of you people. And we're committed up here to spending money. $500,000, well, maybe $50 million before it's all over. But understand something, one way or another, it's not our money we're spending, except as taxpayers. Ultimately, you're going to have to pay for this. But the truth is, if one part of Elmhurst suffers, all of us suffer. There's no question about that. Whether it's 1,000 people suffering who flooded, maybe 14,000 didn't flood, but that's not the point. If 1,000 people suffer, the rest of us suffer. So we're going to do everything we possibly can, and I think it's logical to start with a comprehensive plan, and I will support that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Leader. Alderman Mulliner.
I just want to make sure that I'm very clear. I mean, when I put forth or seconded the motion was for a comprehensive plan, and I want it discussed as a committee of the whole. I don't want it sent back to a committee to be discussed. We have to make this decision as the 15 people sitting up here on the. So I want to make that very clear. It's not my intent that this goes back to a committee to discuss and then bring it forward to us. This is too big an issue for it to just be one committee looking at it, and it's not a distrust issue. This is an issue that is a very large issue. It's something that we need to deal with. We deal with other projects as a whole, as a committee of the whole, and this is just one that we need to deal with. But the way we're going to get it dealt with is as staff begins to bring us information, we're going to have some things that we're going to be able to deliberate, and we'll be able to come up with a comprehensive plan.
Very good. Alderman Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a parliamentary inquiry for City Attorney Storino. This committee of the whole has the ability to approve referrals back to committee. Is that correct? Do we have that power sitting here?
Yes, I would think you do.
Okay. Thank you. I certainly support putting a comprehensive plan first and foremost in front of everything and discussing it as a committee of the whole. But I think it's very important, and it's been a precedent in the past that we really don't question referrals as to whether they're appropriate or not. So I would hope that, I certainly support picking this one referral because it's a much larger, comprehensive referral, and moving that forward, putting it at the head of the line. But I'll reiterate my support for the respect to the individual aldermen who put together all of these referrals to approve those to go to the committee. I don't want to discuss it. It's a little out of order on this motion, but I'll support this motion. I don't support tabling the other
Alderman
referrals.
Gutknecht.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remind Alderman that what we did was 2 weeks ago refer the entire packet to committee of the whole in lieu of referring them to individual committees. So
I'm aware of that. Oh, sorry, I'm out of order.
So I don't think that it's out of order for us to be discussing these as a group, because we essentially superseded that by addressing the entire packet as a committee of the whole. And I think that as much as I appreciate Alderman Nybo's interest in severing one of these 8 pieces out of the entire packet, I think that undermines the whole process of taking an overall view of the project by trying to, again, pick something that looks like it would be a quick and easy fix without really having a complete understanding of how we can spend the money and where we're going to get the most effect. And I appreciate a sense of a compelling sense of wanting to assist people who we feel could use assistance right away. But what I heard tonight from an awful lot of people who got up and spoke was that this assistance isn't going to help them at all. And I'm not sure I know how I could face them and say, yeah, we decided those other people were more important than you. Because I don't feel that that's the case. And I think the only way that we can identify the way that we can fix this the best is by having a sense of how to approach the whole project. Is the whole project going to be more effective if we deal with the stormwater problem first? Is our money better spent dealing with lift station issues that we may or may not have? I can't say that. So I appreciate the sense that perhaps we should remove the overhead sewer piece from the overall discussion. I can't possibly support that because I've read the city staff's recommendation and I understand where they're coming from. I understand how the overhead sewer program works. I understand the little pictures in the back that show that that an overhead sewer works differently than a gravity-fed sewer. But I can't determine that pulling this $500,000 out to help the, I think it says 90 homes in here, is the best way to spend that money, because I've heard from a small subset of people who got stormwater that came in their basements and their window wells and over their foundations. And this isn't going to help them at all. And I don't know that a $500,000 fix somewhere else isn't going to help them instead. So I appreciate the sense of wanting to help people who've ripped open their basements. But I heard from a lot of these people that they've ripped open their basements too, and it's not because they had sanitary infiltration. So I don't want to sever it, and I want to look at staff recommendations as an entire group, so I don't have to leave my committee meeting to go listen to the Public Works and Buildings Committee meeting.
Thank you, Alderman Gutknecht. I'm going to go to Alderman Healy, and then I'm going to go to, I'm sorry. Were you not done?
No, I took a breath.
Oh, okay. Well, one of the things, and I'll let you finish, but I think we owe it to the people to be productive. And I think if we keep on doing this as committee of the whole, we don't break this up into committee, I think we're not going to be productive.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, but I believe I still have the floor.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll give you the floor, Blake.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You got it.
I call the question.
Point of order, what are we voting on?
Point of,
We are voting on the approval of the motion to go forward with the comprehensive plan. And
could we have the motion read by the clerk, please?
Yeah, Clerk Spencer, when you have a chance, if you could read the motion, please.
Alderman Gudenkauf moved to have city staff develop a comprehensive plan to address sanitary and storm water issues. Yes.
Okay.
That's pretty much it.
Very good. Clerk Spencer, if you can call the roll, please.
On the call to question.
On the call to question motion.
Gudenkauf.
Aye.
Mulliner.
Aye.
Wagner.
Nay.
Pezza.
Aye.
Shea.
Aye.
Leader.
Aye.
Rose, absent. Bram.
Aye.
Hipskin.
Aye.
York.
Aye.
Nybo.
No.
Healy.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Morley.
Aye.
Kennedy.
Aye.
All right. I have 11 ayes, 2 nays, and 1 absent.
11 ayes, 2 nays, 1 absent. The motion passes. And that was to call the question. Now, Alderman Morley, you have a question?
I think it's the appropriate time. I don't think it's on the line. I'd like to make a motion to have.
Point of order.
Point of order. We just voted to call the question.
No, call the question on
On that motion.
the sump pumps, not on order.
No.
No.
the
I disagree.
Comprehensive plan.
The comprehensive plan, it's not, we did not,
The city clerk read the motion, and it was in regards to the comprehensive plan.
regard to the comprehensive, pardon me, I'd just like a correction. It's my understanding it was a vote for the comprehensive plan. It wasn't a vote to disregard remaining motions.
Correct.
It was a vote to call the question, I believe. Is it?
Actually, I think Alderman Nybo said this is a vote on whether or not the motion to call the question, whether or not that rule was going to be sustained.
Okay.
But
So now we go back to the original on the motion. I got on Alderman Morley. I'll let you finish.
no, here's my question. That's why I asked for the clerk to read what it was. I read that as we were voting on a motion that is based on 2-4. I did not vote to exclude any of the other discussions that we were having under.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's
so
correct.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
You
Oh.
can't. Point of order. You can't.
Point of order, I think the intent of that motion was to subsume all the rest underneath it.
It's not what I got.
No, no, no,
I just,
no, no.
In fact, it's not the way it reads.
That's right. I agree with the, I'm the chair, and I would agree with the
Point
Alderman.
of order,
Morley.
I'd like to ask the city attorney, am I allowed to make a motion at this time?
No.
No, I think the motion that's on, as I understand it, the motion that's on the floor is the motion.
No, that motion's passed.
No, it didn't. That was called the question.
Okay, so the
I'm sorry.
there we go. So the motion is to call the question. That's what passed, Alderman Morley.
You're right.
So now we're going to vote on the underlying motion, which is the comprehensive plan,
I
correct?
got
Okay.
Thank you.
We're good? Clerk Spencer, if you can call the roll, please, on that motion.
Gudenkauf.
Aye.
Mulliner.
Aye.
Wagner.
Aye.
Pezza.
Aye.
Shea.
Aye.
Leader.
Aye.
Rose, absent. Bram.
Aye.
Hipskin.
Aye.
York.
Aye.
Nybo.
Aye.
Healy.
Aye.
Morley.
Aye.
Kennedy.
Aye.
13 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent.
13 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 absent. The motion to approve the comprehensive plan, item number 2-4, comprehensive City of Elmhurst Storm Sewer Sanitary request is moving forward. And I will ask, are there any other items that we'd like to vote on tonight before we table Alderman Nybo?
Yeah, I would move, I don't know if a motion is appropriate for this, move items 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8 to committees with the request that staff issue recommendations on them.
Okay. And do we have a second? Alderman Morley? We're moving items
1, 2,
You could repeat that, Alderman Nybo.
1, 2.
Everything but 3.
Everything but three.
3 and 4, yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, those are getting moved to committee.
Second.
And we have a second by Alderman Morley. And discussion? Alderman Gutenkopf.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that that's silly, just darn right silly. I think all of these things need to be under the comprehensive plan, and so does item 3. And I think that this is a disingenuous attempt to try to force through item 3. And item 3 is this attempt to redirect $500,000 to overhead sewers. And I really think that this city council should be ashamed of itself in the way that we're behaving. What we should be doing is taking all of these pieces of the puzzle and putting them together under one overall vision of how we're going to fix this problem. And by piecemealing it out and playing these little games and trying as hard as we can to redirect $500,000 to help 50 people, we are not helping the citizens of Elmhurst. We're doing something, please, I appreciate your sentiment, but please, thank you. I mean, I really appreciate that, but let's remember that this is a council meeting, and we need to behave like elected officials who have been set up here to take a role making decisions that are appropriate. And I can't possibly support this motion because what it tries to do is sever all of the pieces of the puzzle from the box. And the box is this plan. And if you scatter them around, you'll never get to the box. You'll never make that pretty picture on the cover. I can't support this.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Mulliner.
I echo those sentiments, but I also want to make the statement that if we take these and we put them back to the committees, as I've said before, maybe at some point down the road as we get the comprehensive plan in place, it might make some sense to, but right now it doesn't. We need to look at this holistically. We're not going to look at it that way if we take these pieces and throw them back at committees. We're going to be throwing $500,000 at one project, we're going to throw $250,000 at something else, and then when it comes down to it, we find out when we're done with the comprehensive plan, we threw the money at the wrong thing. You know, we're talking, and you know, the big thing right now, everybody's got this overhead sewer concept that we have to do this. I think it's probably something that we need to do. However, this evening, I heard a gentleman walk in here and just tell us that he's come up with a plumber that's got a different solution that may work. I've never heard that solution before. We need to listen to people, listen to engineers, listen to plumbers to tell us what in the world are some solutions to what this problem is. I mean, the guy who fixed the leak in New Orleans in the middle of the ocean, in the middle of the Gulf, was a plumber. Why are we not listening to a few plumbers? Let's get a couple of them in here. Why take this and shove it back to the committees? It doesn't make sense. At that point, take the comprehensive plan idea, throw it out the window, tell the community we're just going to piecemeal this thing, and just tell them, because that's what we're doing. If we take these items and throw them back to the committees, we're just piecemealing it, and we're not doing our job, and we're not doing what we're up here for. We are up here as elected officials to come up with a plan that's going to work to solve the problem for this city, and we're not doing it if we send these things back to committee.
Alderman Leader. Thank you, Alderman Mulliner.
Well, just to Alderman Muller, I think the gentleman is talking about a shut-off valve or a butterfly valve, if I understood that correctly. I had one back in the 70s and 80s. Quite frankly, it failed repeatedly, and I had to go ahead and do it again. Then I had better luck, and then I ended up with an overhead sewer, which did solve the problem. Now I'd only say this, that an overhead sewer will not prevent flooding, because if the water reaches a certain level outside and reaches your foundation, it's going to get in there. But what the overhead sewer is supposed to do, and only what it's supposed to do, is prevent raw sewerage from getting into your basement and coming up. And my experience, because I have flooded, not in Elmhurst, interestingly, but in my previous life in other towns I've lived in, because I have lived fairly long life now, and I have. And what I found is that the overhead sewer, as opposed to the butterfly valve, is a pretty effective tool for keeping raw sewerage, which is really a danger. And for me, that's the worst part of the flooding is the overhead sewer. I mean, I've had the experience of spending a huge amount of money. So many of us on this dais are in the same boat. But that's, I think, what the gentleman is talking about. And if I'm wrong, I would ask Dr. Burke or Mike Hughes, but I think that's what the gentleman is talking about.
Alderman Nybo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Gutenkopf has frequently been treated inappropriately, in my perspective on this dais, not allowed to finish her statements or comments, interrupted when she was in the middle of a statement. When that has happened, I have tried to call point of order and correct that. However, I think that Alderman Gutenkopf was just out of line with her comments. I've got a book up here on Robert's Rule of Order, and I just looked it up real quickly. And I'll just read right from the text here. One of the most important rules of debate is that the proposal, not the member, is the subject of debate. When a motion is pending, you may attack the idea or likely results of the proposal in strong terms, but you must avoid personalities. Under no circumstances can you attack or question the motives of another member. If you disagree with someone else's statement, you cannot say in debate that the statement is false. Terms such as fraud, liar, or lie must never be used about a member in debate. I certainly think that shameful and disingenuous when talking about another member of this body falls within that category of very inappropriate conversation. Again, we can debate the merits of the ideas, but we shouldn't be engaging in criticism of each other personally. I think that's quite inappropriate, and I think Alderman Gutenkopf crossed a line there.
Oh, because we're following Robert's rules so closely tonight.
Point of order.
Point taken.
Alderman Pezza.
Thank you. The reason I ran for office was basically to help people. And I don't think we're helping anybody right now, arguing with one another. I don't think anything we're doing right now is constructive. Bottom line is, if we have to debate amongst ourselves this much, obviously we don't have the answers. I want information. I want to base my decision on information given to me by a professional. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'm not an engineer. I don't know. This is our money. I don't just represent the First Ward. I represent the whole town of Elmhurst. I don't just represent 90 people that I would love to help and give an overhead sewer to. I'd love to give the whole 80% of the town an overhead sewer. It's not the issue, and I think we're getting mixed up. I don't know if it's emotional or what it is. We need to understand it's not because any of us doesn't want to help 90 people. We do. We want to help all these people. All these red dots are people that need help, and there's probably a lot of red dots that aren't even on here yet that didn't take the time or know to fill out the forms. So we could sit here and argue with one another till midnight. It's getting us nowhere. I think it's a simple vote. Do we think we're better than or no more than the engineer we haven't even hired yet? Or do we want to make educated, logical decisions based on factual information and then look at the comprehensive plan we are given, weigh out our options, look at the cost, figure out where the money's coming from, and then help Elmhurst? Thank you.
Alderman Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree in part with what Alderman Pezza said. I think this is, obviously, it's an emotional issue. It's an emotional issue in the community. It's an emotional issue on the dais. And that's why, in my opinion, the overhead sewer program is not an emotional issue. It's an existing program. If anybody tries to pigeonhole this program as the solution, that's being simplistic. Is it part of an overall solution? I firmly believe it is. If you don't believe it is, I respect that. I disagree with it, but I respect it. I can't envision a comprehensive plan that doesn't say overhead sewers are part of the solution. This program has been in existence since 1997. We fund it every year through the budget, except for maybe one or two where it was cut out. Don't have the exact history on that, but I know it's a program that's been funded every year. Experts are telling us it will help. Not only will it keep raw sewage out of some homes, it will cut the inflow of clear water into the sewer system. That doesn't help the storm sewers. That doesn't help the folks on Washington, on South Washington. It doesn't help the people in the 600 block of Swain. It doesn't help the people on Pine Street. We understand that. That's a separate part of the solution. There is not going to be one solution. There are going to be many small ones, in my opinion. This overhead sewer is part of the solution. 43 some people have signed up for this program since the second storm hit on July 23rd and 24th. We don't have funding for them. So literally, when the crap hit the fan, we're now going to tell those folks, sorry, we're not going to fund you. It's an existing program. We have a process in place for those people to go through the system, the process, to make sure that they're connected properly, to make sure that they have the right fittings, all of the above, and it helps. It keeps raw sewage out of their house, and it keeps inflow out of the system. So really the question is, do you want to move money to fund those additional 58 now homes, I believe we're up to? It was 55 a week ago, it's 58 now, 43 some since the storm hit. Are we willing to help those people now? That's the question. It's not emotional. And if you truly believe that the overhead sewer program is at least part of the overall solution, if you believe it is, then I don't know how you don't vote for this. If you think that it's possibly not part of the solution, then you have to vote against it. But that's really the question here, in my opinion. Thank you.
Alderman Morley. Real quick, I want to draw back to the motion that Alderman Nybo made that I seconded. Very simple. It's just to send referrals to committee. There's no action to be taken on this. I've seen referrals on the consent agenda that were the equivalent of paint the mayor's house blue because I think it'll be nice. I might think they're crazy, but I don't say that's ridiculous, let's not put it to committee. All I'm trying to do here is follow precedent, okay, of what we have done since I've been on the council for 3.5 years. You see a referral, send it to committee. Leave it up to the committee chairs and the committee to decide whether or not it fits under the comprehensive plan or not. So quite simply, all I'm trying to do is follow a precedent that we've set since I can recall, which is take the referrals, send them to committee. It's up to the committee chairs whether those referrals have merit, whether they be discussed, how they get on the committee agendas. So back to the motion that Alderman Nybo forwarded and I seconded. All I'm asking here, and I'm not even debating the merits of each individual one, all I'm asking for support on is send these 6 referrals to committee. No action to be taken beyond that. That's what the motion is on the floor. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 4, in my opinion, we've already voted on, and 3 hasn't been discussed, or at least hasn't been brought to the floor.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and Alderman Morley, I agree with you. We should be speaking to the motion on the floor, and that is whether or not we want to move these, what is it, 6?
2, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, I was saying 6 total. 6 total referrals to committee. Now, mind you, in a few weeks back, we had the same discussion and we decided to discuss them in committee of the whole. We can change our mind. I'm actually not in support of this referral or this recommendation or motion, whatever it is. I think actually the only one other than number 4, the comprehensive plan, that could be acted on by a committee today would actually be number 6, impact fee policy. It really doesn't have anything to do with a comprehensive plan. We're talking about the revenue source that we would need to do some of these infrastructure improvements that we need today. I don't agree, if we're going to move them to committee, we should move them all to committee, but I don't agree with leaving off the overhead sewer program for whatever reason, and I'm not even going to attempt to debate that. I feel that the comprehensive plan, as Alderman Mulliner said, would actually cover most of these, and if we send anything to committee immediately, it would be a revenue stream, a potential of a revenue stream, which would be the impact fee policy and none of the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Wager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't spoken at all, and for good reason. There's been a lot of repetition. I'd like to thank Alderman Healy for his comments, and I think that they were warranted. Common sense has to prevail somewhere in this dais, on this dais, I would hope. I live in the 7th Ward, obviously, on Swain, and have a lot of the same problems that people were discussing earlier. However, the overhead sewer program is not a be-all, fix-all, but it's what people want right now, and it's something we can help with. Since 1997, the program's been around. 75 people, not everybody, but 75 people have signed up and have had installed the overhead sewer systems since 1997. That's 13 years. In one weekend, we had now we have 58 people, but 43 people signed up. That speaks volumes to me. I don't know about anybody else, but that speaks volumes. Almost 100%. Almost 100% increase in the need. I am for that. And I'm also for the motion to do a comprehensive plan. I think that's a great idea. But I think we can run parallel with this and help 58 people today and also do the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Alderman Nabel.
The motion might need to be amended. Item 1 actually is what we spent the first 45 minutes talking about, which is the consulting engineer. That should probably stay with committee of the whole. So that the two issues that would remain with the committee of the whole would be the comprehensive plan and the retention of the independent engineer. So I'll amend my motion to make it just 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then 1 will be referred to the committee of the whole. So a continued referral to the committee of the whole.
I'll amend the second.
Okay, so we got a motion to amend set with a second by Alderman Morley. Any other discussion, Alderman Pezza? And then hopefully we can get this voted on here shortly so we can get people moving
This is
on.
just a clarification, because when we're addressing the overhead sewer issue, I'm seeing two different things, I'm hearing two different things. So which one is it? The report from Alderman Kennedy and Healy, I believe, was for 50-some people. It actually didn't lay out. I'm hearing two different things. I'm hearing 50-some people, but yet what we received from Mr. Hughes and Mr. Borchert says 90 people for $450,000. So I think before any vote is taken, it needs to be clarified right here and now. What is it? Is it 50-some people at $5,000 apiece, or is it this, the 450 for 90? I think that needs to be clarified.
I'll let Assistant City Manager Cap mention that. I believe that number reflects 450 divided by 5, but can you
Yes, that's what it's $450,000 allows to help 90 people at $5,000 each. At this time, there's 58 people on the list, and looking at the budget, we recommend that we could use $450,000 of that line item for overhead sewer program.
Thank you for that clarification. I think that answers your question, Alderman?
Yes.
Anybody else? And then I ask Clerk Spencer to call the roll, please.
Yes.
On the amendment. We're voting on the motion that Alderman Ibo amended to discuss items 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8 at the respective committees, and item 1 to be referred to committee of the whole.
Clerk Spencer, real quick. Alderman Hipskin would like to make one comment real quick.
So we have $450,000, which would take care of 90 families budgeted, but the reality is I can tell you 58 people nor 90 are going to be hit in this year's budget. It's unrealistic for that much work to be done that quickly. So the reality is the money that we're truly allocating here is not going to be $450,000 or 58, which would be $375,000. So this money is not going to come out of this year's budget.
Thanks, Alderman. All right, Clerk Spencer, can you read the roll, please?
Okay. Nybo.
Aye.
Morley.
Aye.
Wagner.
Aye.
Gutenkopf.
No.
Pezza.
No.
Shea.
No.
Leader.
Aye.
Rose absent. Bram.
No.
No. Hipskin.
Aye.
York,
Aye.
Healy,
Aye.
Kennedy,
Aye.
Mulliner.
No.
Okay. 8 ayes, 5 nays, and 1 absent.
8 ayes, 5 nays, 1 absent. That motion to amend carries, pushing those particular items into committees.
No, that was for the amendment.
That was for
Oh,
the
that was for the
amendment.
amendment. Now we have to vote on the original motion?
Which the,
Or are we okay?
The amended motion.
Was it?
The amendment
Nobody
was a
called the
second.
question that time. That's
Didn't
what we
matter.
did.
Pete-
Okay, so we voted on an amended motion, so that should be done, correct?
Yeah, one minute.
Okay,
yeah.
very good.
Now there's this other motion laying on the table.
Now, the other motion would the original motion
item
would be
number-
withdrawn, I
Your
take it?
first motion.
No, if the mover and the second agrees to the amendment, you don't have to vote on it.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
So we're done.
We're
Now, the
done.
only thing pending is 3.
Okay.
Last item is number 3.
We're done.
Do I have a motion on Alderman Healy?
I move that we direct staff to allocate the indicated funds, $450,000 to the overhead sewer program.
I can't
And
hear
a second by
you.
Alderman Kennedy. And discussion. Alderman Wagner?
I couldn't
Thank you,
hear
Mr.
his-
Mayor. I just want to point out as well, is if this does pass, there still is a $500,000 in the sewer lining budget line item that we're removing some of this money from to help out up to 90 people. So it's not that we're taking all this money and we're not going to do some of that work. That still is, I think, Director Hughes, I think it's like 13,000 feet or 15,000 feet of sewer line is still going to be able to be done. Okay, so half that, or somewhere around that. So we're going to try to get done what we can, but this will help those homeowners immediately, and I support it.
Point of clarification, too. Didn't we have money rollover from last year that we didn't use from the sewer lining? Is that the case as well? Okay, so we have money rolling over from last year that hasn't been used as well. So we've got plenty of dollars in that fund. I think that's why staff had recommended that movement. And no work allocated, so no bidding done yet, so we're not holding up any projects or anything like that. Alderman Nybo?
Yes, may I ask a couple of questions of
Sure.
Mr. Burke, since he's here?
Absolutely.
Utilize the benefit of him being here. Mr. Burke, I thought I heard you say when we were at the last committee of the whole meeting, and correct me if I'm wrong here, you've dealt with these types of issues with many other municipalities, and that knowing all the different options that we have available to try to address this issue, that among the top things we could do right away to begin addressing them, you know, the first thing and one of the best things we could do to begin addressing these issues was to support our overhead sewer cost-sharing program. Is my recollection incorrect about that?
I mentioned that it should be done in collaboration with the clear water elimination. At the same time that someone was going in to put the overhead sewer in, that they should be doing the disconnection of all the clear water sources at the same time. So those should go together.
All right, and here's a second question.
And I have, actually, that exhibit that's in that package was one that I prepared that shows specifically overhead sewer with downspouts and some pumps disconnected.
So that means that if we were to move promptly on this issue, we should also try to consider moving promptly on what we just referred to, and I don't even know which committee it went back to, but the sump pump inspection program. That a sump pump inspection program or eliminating clear water infiltration is something that we should also try to move expeditiously on.
I think that's a valuable exercise to make sure that people do not have clear water going into the sanitary sewer.
All right, now here's my second question. I'm going to support this motion, and here's why. It's because my understanding is that for when you do an overhead sewer installation, I mean, you have to do a lot of construction work in your basement. I mean, you tear out drywall, you gotta put the infrastructure in there, and you may have to take out carpet. Can you describe the general construction process for putting one of these things in?
Yes, you usually have to put a ejector pit, a sump in the basement, and you have to provide new plumbing to disconnect that gravity drain and make it now this overhead sewer, making it the sewage from the basement pumping up and going out, and all the sewage from the upper levels of the home going at a higher elevation than it currently goes out at.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Now, here's my short summary of why I'm going to support this one now, and have all the other ones go back to committee right now and to be contemplated and studied a little bit more in depth. People's basements, they've gutted their basements. They've taken out everything that could, start, developing mold. They pulled out the carpet. They pulled out the furniture. And a lot of people have empty basements right now. And we know that there are people that want to get these things into their homes. They're on our list. And presumably, my presumption, and one of the reasons why I'm supporting this, is that people can't do any work in their basements. They can't even begin the rebuilding process of doing anything with their basement until they address some of these issues with the overhead sewer. Everything else, as I look down the list here, whether it's the use of TIF funds or impact fee policies or a building moratorium, that is not going to immediately impact the ability of somebody to clean out their basement, to put something in there to remediate the possibility of this happening again, and then to get their life back to normal, to use their basement in the manner that they want to. And so we have basements out there, and if people want to use this program, now is a good time to do it because they've already gone through a lot of the pre-construction work that I think is that you have to go through already before you start putting one of these things in. So I think as a matter of timing, the timing to support this program after people have just gone through the awful experiences they've just gone through is right now. We should be supporting this program right now. Doesn't mean we're not going to support the other programs. Doesn't mean we're not going to support the other ideas. But there's a timing issue on this one that I see it as being something that we need to support on a more imperative basis.
Alderman Pezza.
Thank you. May I ask a couple of questions to Dr. Burke also?
Sure. Absolutely.
Thank you. I know one of the things that's been identified in the fund with the $950,000 is sanitary sewer lining and replacement. And it states that some of that money was to go toward replacing cracked sanitary sewers. Do you believe that a cracked sanitary sewer would be a way clear water would be getting into the sewers?
Certainly cracked sanitary sewers are a way that clear water gets into the sanitary sewer.
Okay. And then collapsed pipes, could that also be contributing to the problems?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we're playing professional engineer here when we are determining before you or whoever has had a chance to do a complete analysis and report that we are going to benefit 90 people is going to be a better benefit for $500,000 than perhaps what you have said is very important, keeping that clear water out of our sanitary system, which means using the money where it was allocated in the first place to line or replace those cracked or collapsed pipes.
You can do a calculation to determine which one is the greatest benefit, depending on how bad the sanitary sewer is within a given area or service area that you're lining.
Okay. And point being, we don't know that yet because you haven't told us that yet. So therefore, I cannot and will not support spending $500,000 perhaps that could have been better used for this and served more people. So, thank you.
Alderman Kennedy. Thank you,
Thanks,
Alderman
Mr. Mayor.
Pezza.
I just have another quick question, if you don't mind, Mr. Burke. In your professional opinion, in dealing with these types of systems before and knowing what happens in situations where groundwater is going right into the sanitary system and comparing that in situations where you have cracks or you have collapsing, what is the relative impact between those two situations? Are you getting way more infiltration of clean water from the drains than you ever do from cracks and collapsing, or just basically, in your opinion, what's the best use of our efforts at this point? I know you don't know our system, but you have years and years of professional experience. Just want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I think both are important. Let's say that both are important. Eliminating the clear water from the cracked sewers is just as important as eliminating the clear water from the foundation drains. As I mentioned last week, the reason why my experience has shown me that it exponentially decreases. That is, people's interest in addressing the clear water problem at their home exponentially decreases as time goes by. Everybody wants to do it now. 6 months from now, it's too late. and that's a comment I made last week, and I'll make it again. But all these things are important. The lining of the sewers are important and can be, when you have severely cracked sewers, an important issue. My point here on the clear water is now people are interested in addressing it. They won't be after their basement's fixed up. That's just the fact of the matter. It's not because they're evil or not interested. It's just the way things happen.
Thank you. Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regards to overhead sewers, I did a little homework, looking up what we budgeted in past years, what we spent. So for the sanitary sewer private property protection line item in our budget from 98-99 fiscal year all the way to 2008-2009, we approximately actually spent $10,000. In 08-09, we spent over $28,000. We've actually increased the budget item. It was an emergency increase that came to the Public Works Committee this past fiscal year, I believe to $50,000, if my memory serves me correctly, due to the demand of this program. Now, I think the program has its merits, and on the committee, I actually voted for and signed the report for increasing the funds for the overhead sewer program. Excuse me. But I think, as Alderman Pezza has already stated, $450,000 is significant. To hear tonight that we had $400,000 of rollover money from last year, that, well, we can just spend more now or reallocate funds, to me is an interesting fact, because I thought our budget was really tight. To know now that we had $400,000 to play with, I wonder what I would have done during the budget cycle with those monies. My point being here, and I was one who asked questions. From our last meeting, we made the statement of, you know, we need time to ask more questions about this. I did send in, albeit late, and thank you for the city staff quick response, some of my own questions. They should be in front of you if you have not looked at it already. One of which was in regards to, if this moves forward, the diversion of $450,000, what would that impact? And that would impact $950,000 of lining. $950,000 would allow us to do 15,000 to 20,000 feet of sewer lining, approximately 3.5 miles. We essentially would cut that in half. So we're talking about, you know, potentially, not the houses that line those streets that the lining gets done, but a greater impact because it overflows, no pun intended, to all the homes around. Because that lining, I think, and it's speculative, I don't have any facts, and that's why I'm so insistent on the comprehensive study to get these facts, because I think all the comments made here today are very speculative. None of us are experts. The experts don't know yet because they haven't gotten their hands dirty, literally and figuratively, to tell us what would be the better bang for our buck here. I think this referral, at least at this time, is, what is the phrase, robbing Peter to pay Paul? And that is what we potentially are doing here. Without any knowledge, we're potentially moving forward on an issue that we know will help a handful of residents, and I'm not trying to trivialize that, because I know some of my residents in Indiana, before all these heavy rainfalls, had water coming from, and our sewers are in our backyards, coming from their backyard, overflowing the top of their foundation. So I've seen firsthand many a times their homes getting ruined because of it overflowing their foundation. So I know how serious it is. But is this the right way to go with the money that we have? I don't believe so. And I will actually speculate in regards to the report on our, if we ever get this, city council agenda, on how we can have a motion for this on a city council agenda before we even discussed it. I would like to know, and I'll make that point of order when we get to the city council agenda, on who made that referral, because I do have the meeting minutes here. There is no referral from the city council for it to be referred to the to be put on the agenda for this evening. So it's interesting to me if that's even legitimate, to have it on the city council agenda this evening, and that city attorney, to give you some preface here, that will be my question in due time. But I don't believe that the funds are appropriately being allocated if we move forward with this recommendation, at least at this time. We've been allocating monies for this program for years now, between, I think, $50,000 and $75,000 approximately. And, you know, one year in 04-05, $1,800. 03-04, $9,567. But here we are today adding, or potentially making a proposal to add $450,000. Significant for, at least at this time. I don't know how many people it would help, because I think that we can do more with this, help more people with this monies down the road.
Thank you, Alderman Brown. Alderman Leader.
We received, this was online, and we received it in our packets. It's from Assistant City Manager Mike Kopp. It's addressed to Mayor DeCiani and members of the City Council. And it's somewhat contradictory to what my friend Alderman Graham is saying. What it says here, and we all have copies of it, it's in red, because the sewer lining project was not completed in 08-09, $1 million was carried over to 09-10 in an effort to complete a second lining project on 09-10. In 09-10, we did 900,000, is that 900,000 feet of 900K? What is it?
$900,000.
Okay, 900,000 of lining, but we're not able to get a second project completed. So we carried over $500,000 with the plan of adding to the 10-11 lining projects. Now, this I tell, you know, underlining myself. With the carryover, we will be able to complete the $950,000 of lining and point repairs and still have the $450,000 for the overhead sewer program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Alderman Gutenkopf, and I'll go to Alderman Mulliner.
Some of the information that we've received tonight talks about how the overhead sewer program is going to separate people, because what it's going to do is take their clear water and their footing drains, and putting an overhead sewer is going to make sure that their footing drains aren't going to go into the sanitary sewers anymore. Well, that's really great. I don't have a footing drain. I have a house that was built in the 1920s. I have a gravity sanitary sewer. I asked Alderman Mulliner, he doesn't have a footing drain. How many people in town don't have footing drains? I understood Dr. Burke to say that this was a major source of inflow into the sanitary sewer, that we get a lot of rainwater, it washes off our roofs, it goes down the downspouts into the footing drains that directly connect into the sanitary sewer. Well, I don't know how many houses in town have footing drains. Newer houses than mine, maybe they do. I put a drain inside my house that pumps out into my yard. Doesn't go anywhere but my yard. I think this is a really important question to investigate. How many people have footing drains? Would it be more cost effective to disconnect their footing drains from the sanitary sewer? Maybe we wouldn't need to put in the overhead sewers. I don't know that. I don't know that. I haven't had a chance to ask it. We want to try to pass this thing, push this through without looking at these options. I heard from a gentleman tonight about a check valve program. I know of other people in town who've installed check valves. I even know of one resident that we paid to help her install a check valve in her house. I don't see that discussed here at all. I was speaking with a resident tonight who had been talking to plumbers who had other systems of check valves that would be easily accessed and easy to turn on and off, and they'd be electric or manual. They'd pretty much address a lot of the questions that the city has check valves. The city has deliberately told people not to put in check valves because it feels that it's not a fail-safe solution. But maybe we rethink that. But this referral isn't gonna give us the opportunity to do that, because it's very specific. It says we want to spend $500,000 to put in overhead drains in 90 houses. Well, maybe we could protect more houses, but I don't know that we can do that. I don't think that we've had the opportunity to discuss this in light of a wide variety of other options. Until we get the opportunity to discuss the wide variety of other options, I don't think that this is the best use of money that comes from the people that live in this town. This isn't free money for people in town. This is money that they paid in their taxes, expecting us to use it wisely. And I don't think we're doing that here. So I think we need perhaps to table this motion. So I move to table this motion until a further meeting to give us an opportunity to get more information.
Alderman Mulliner?
Second.
All righty. I just have a quick clarification. If this was tabled at the last meeting, can we table it again, City Attorney Storino?
Well, I think, we've discussed it, and we have effectively put it back on the agenda of the committee, so I think that's appropriate. The appropriate question now is the motion to actually table suspends all other discussion and eliminates all other debate, and you move on that. You're really not supposed to debate a motion to table. A motion to postpone is a motion that is a debatable motion. But the motion to table, as Alderman Gutenkopf just said, is not debatable, and should move to dispose of that motion first before any other business can be concluded, can be taken.
Okay. With that light, I would ask Clerk Spencer to call the roll. On the table, this would table it. If people are not wanting to table, it's up to the dais and the will of the council. So, Clerk Spencer, please call the roll, please.
Gutenkopf.
Aye.
Mulliner.
Aye.
Peasant.
Aye.
Shea.
Aye.
Leader.
Nay.
Rose, absent. Bram.
Aye.
Hipskin.
Nay.
York.
Nay.
Nybo.
No.
Healy.
No.
Morley.
No.
Kennedy.
No.
Wagner.
No.
5 ayes, 8 nays, 1 absent.
5 ayes, 8 nays, 1 absent. That motion to table fails, and we spend discussion on the initial debate. Alderman Healy.
Call the question.
Thank you. Call the question is called. I'd ask clerk. Call the question on the motion. If Clerk Spencer, if you could.
Healy called the, is that what you did, called the question?
Do we need a second on a call the question?
Usually, we did that the last time.
Okay.
And a roll call.
We have a second. Alderman Morley with a second.
Point of order, this is where I got confused last time. I want to make this
And a
clear,
roll call vote.
because I looked it up. If a call to question is not objected,
You're
the
right.
chair can move.
That is correct.
To go to the original motion, which is what I thought we did.
Yeah.
If there is an
That's right.
objection,
That was a confusion.
if there is an objection, then it must be a motion and it must pass by 2/3. Call the question.
And you're right, Alderman Morley is correct. But we did do it, in our haste last time, we did it by a motion and a second.
Okay.
I'm objecting.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Point of order, so now a motion and a second with the 2/3 vote is required for it to pass.
So you would need a second, sir.
Oh, he doesn't. He objected.
I
He needs a
objected.
second.
He
Okay.
needs a second.
Alderman Wagner with a second.
and what do we need?
So let me clarify. Are we voting on the objection, or are we voting on?
We're voting on calling the question now because I objected, and it's 2/3.
Okay.
A calculator.
All righty. Clerk Spencer, please call the roll, please, and the call the question.
Okay. Okay, this is called the question, right? Okay. Healy.
Aye.
Kennedy.
Aye.
Mulliner.
No.
Wagner.
Aye.
Gutenkopf.
No.
Pezza.
No.
Shea.
No.
Leader.
Aye.
Rose, absent. Graham.
No.
Hipskin.
Aye.
York.
Aye.
Nybo.
No.
Morley.
No.
Kennedy.
No.
Oh, you already vote? Wait a second.
Wait, you called me
I
twice.
called you, that's right.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm gonna, thank you, I can't vote twice,
Okay.
right. This is a
I don't
democracy,
think
thank
this
you.
is funny.
This isn't
We're out of
Chicago.
order.
You missed
Okay,
it twice, yeah, I wasn't here last week, all right, yeah.
All right.
Whatever I said the first time.
He's screwing. I'm getting confused. All right, I don't think it's funny, but I think I have it here. Let me see. No, I don't. Did I call? Is it 6 and 7 is 13? Yeah. Okay. 6 ayes, 7 nays, 1 absent.
Okay, so the call to question fails, so discussion will continue. Alderman Nybo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make 2 brief observations. The next time that we meet as a regularly scheduled body for the whole council, it'll be September 7th, I believe, which will be the day after Labor Day. And it will then have been a month and a half since we had the rainstorms of July 23rd and 24th. And I would ask ourselves, by September 7th, what would we hope to be able to say that we've accomplished in the last month and a half? So I think we need to start doing something at some point. The other observation I'm going to make is the argument that we're somehow losing available dollars for other sanitary or sewer improvements, I think is a false notion. I think everybody up here understands that to deal with the issues that we have, whether the solution is large or small, is going to require new dollars. I think we are going to have some pretty big expenditures on our hands when we finish up everything that we're considering doing. So I don't view this as a trade-off of, we're not improving our sanitary system at the expense of overhead sewers, or we're providing overhead sewers at the expense of our sewer system. I view this as just the first of many steps that we're going to need to take to address all of these problems. So, if it turns out that the sewer system needs an additional $450,000 at some point in the future, that money will be there, I'm pretty confident, based on what I'm hearing from everybody up here. So I think that's just a false argument and a red herring.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Hipskin?
Go ahead.
Alderman Mulliner.
I'm going to go back to what I've been saying, and I know I sound like a broken record, but I just heard the engineer stand up at that microphone and tell us that he couldn't tell us whether or not this was going to be more beneficial than sewer linings. If he's in a position right now because he hasn't done enough of his homework to identify what the solution is, I'm sorry, I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to supersede anything that he says. I've been told by people up on this dais, everybody has told me that man sitting right there is the smartest man on sewer systems in the world. I've heard that. And he just told me a few minutes ago that he can't tell me whether or not this is the right solution. It is one of the solutions that we should be doing, but he can't tell me whether it's the best solution and the one that's going to do the most for us. And if he can't do that right now, I cannot wholeheartedly support this. I don't say that I don't support this down the road, because I may support it down the road. I probably will. But right now, I don't know if this is the right solution, because I don't have a comprehensive study. And if all of you believe that he's the smartest man in the room when it comes to sewer systems, then you ought to listen to the man.
Alderman Healy?
It seems my friend Alderman Mullen and I have been going back and forth the last 2 weeks, and I just have a countering viewpoint. I heard the expert, and I heard fairly clearly that overhead sewer systems solve the problem. Not completely, and we are still doing sewer lining. But when if we approve the use of these funds, and we give the green light to 58 homes, 58 homes don't take raw sewerage. Now, they might get over land stormwater. They might come in through the windows, but it's not coming up through the toilets. It's that simple. So if we as a city are willing to go to those 58 people and say, we're willing to pitch in 50% up to $5,000 to keep raw sewerage out of 58 homes up to 90 homes, to vote against that, I don't know how you do it. So I respect Alderman Mulliner. We've had many positive arguments. We've had many negative arguments. We just differ on this opinion, and it's where do you stand on the issue? $5,000 to a home to keep raw sewerage out of up to 90 homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Before I go on to the next Alderman, I just have a question for Dr. Burke. And this is just a point of discussion and a clarification. In case this comes down to a close vote, which it did come down to last time, I need to weigh in. I'm not going to give my opinion until I have to. But the sewer lining over the overhead sewer, what is going to give you more protection to the home and also decrease I&I more? Sewer lining or overhead sewer? I think that would be a valuable question. Decrease I&I and also protect the home.
Well, as I said before, they both have significant benefits. And I don't want to try to tell you that one is going to have an immediate benefit over the other. It depends on where the sanitary sewer is located. It depends on where the cracks are, whether it's under a saturated area and is draining areas, or if it's just in a dry area where the cracks are not amounting to any problem. So it varies on area to area.
But in general, could you give us an overview?
Well, for the individual home, the most immediate benefit, as I said before, right now, is the protection. And whether or not you put in the valve out in front of the street, as long as you're separating out the clear water, or the overhead sewers, you're trying to eliminate the backup of the sewage that's going to occur because of an aging sanitary sewer system.
And that also decreases I&I, correct? So we get a similar benefit to the lining, except that...
The way that I've programmed it, the way I prepare those exhibits, they have to be done at the same time.
Okay.
When someone's coming in, they have to be done at the same time.
I just need to know, just in case I have to vote, I want to make sure I'm knowledgeable. Alderman Wagner, I'll go to Alderman Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. You make a great politician, staying on both sides of the issue right there. I just want to remind everybody that we are not asking 58 or up to 90 people to put in overhead sewers. We have been requested by 58 people to put in overhead sewers, at least to help them fund it. And I support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Shea.
All right. Well, Mr. Burke said if they have to be done, they should be done at the same time. So I don't understand how putting overhead sewers and taking money away from lining or sanitary sewer lines is doing both at the same time. You're taking away from one, adding to another. But we also haven't looked at other ways, even if they're both important, other ways of getting money to fund these. I mean, why do you have to take it away from the pipelining, to do that? I mean, if they have to pay for their overhead sewers in advance, can't we pay over time? I mean, can we say, well, you know what, we can't afford you this year, but can you wait till next year and I can give you the money next year? Who said we have to take money away from them? There's other ways of doing this. Public Works has been under budget. I mean, can we transfer a little bit from Public Works, make some people wait a little bit, and then still do the pipelining and help more people do the 3.5 miles instead of, 1 3/4? I mean, there's just other ways and other places to get some money. I mean, I don't see why we're pushing so hard to take money away from something that's so beneficial.
Good point, Alderman. And I think that's what we're doing. We're actually taking money from Public Works and moving it around. So it's extra money from what I understand what staff is telling us. So money that overflowed from last year. And all the projects that we already have allocated are still being done. We're not stopping any lining projects. So just want to clarify that so people understand we're not doing lining projects. We're still doing them. So Alderman Pezza.
I would like to thank Dr. Burke for, I don't think you were being political. I think you were just being honest. And I really appreciate that. And to me, that puts you up there even more so in my ranking. And I'd like to say I can't believe anybody would be against getting more information, making an educated decision based on professional results, professional recommendations, and dollars in front of our faces looking toward the future. This isn't, I wish I had a magic wand. I don't believe this is the magic wand. And I'm also wondering if that money that we're saying is extra money, I don't think it's really extra, because obviously if it was carried over, what we were supposed to do with it before and we didn't, wasn't done, is how I'm taking that. So it's really not extra. It's just wasn't used yet for what it was supposed to be used for. So once again, thank you, Dr. Burke. I appreciate your upfront answer, and for me, I think, once again, I don't know how anyone would be against getting more information to base this decision upon.
Thank you, Alderman, and I don't know if there's any other discussion. I'd like to ask Clerk Spencer to call the roll, but I guess we have one more Alderman. Alderman Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, Alderman Pezza stole both of my main points right from underneath me. I agree. I don't think, I think Dr. Burke, you know, it's, as I already stated, it's speculative at this point to say what's better than the other. The only reason that I really wanted to speak, though, before we called roll call, because I don't know if I'll be speaking much more this evening, is to thank all you residents. Honestly, I'm exhausted. It's 11 o'clock at night, and for half the room or a third of the room to still be filled this evening, I want to thank you for your time and effort of continuously following up on this issue, staying on top of it, providing your feedback, photos, commentary, because without you, obviously we wouldn't have been able to put a map together to know what the affected areas are, be it sanitary, be it storm. So I appreciate your persistence. I appreciate you coming out here this evening as well as all the previous evenings, and maybe more to come. So with that, I will end at least my part of this discussion. I am not in support of this. I don't know, I don't personally believe that overhead sewers is the silver bullet in this case. I think it would be speculative of me to believe that. There is a great demand for them, but maybe the great demand is a misnomer and misinformation compared to reality of what could possibly help not only themselves but their neighbors and other fellow residents throughout the city of Elmhurst. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as Chairman of Public Works, I just want to kind of finish the discussion here. Based on what Assistant City Manager Kopp has said, this is money that's coming from the MUF, the Municipal Utility Fund. We are moving monies around in that fund to address the issues of many people that have come to the city and said, we want overhead sewers. It's a program that has been proven. It's something that has worked in the past, and I think I can even ask Mike Hughes, I don't believe there was any house that got flooding from a sanitary sewer nature that had overhead sewers. Is that correct? Not sanitary sewer backup.
Indiana? Still sanitary, though.
Over, not through the floor of the toilet, not back up through the floor. This is a proven solution. I think if you look at things, if you're gonna, you know, the lesser of two evils, me personally, I'd rather have storm water come in than I would rather have sewer water come in. I would rather have neither, but if I had to choose one, I'd rather have clean water than dirty water. We know this is a proven solution. There isn't one magic bullet that's gonna work out there in every single situation. And although 80% of the houses, as we've said, do not have overhead sewers, not every house is gonna need an overhead sewer because there's elevation differences. There are people out there that didn't get water in this storm, have never gotten water in any storm, and so this is, you know, one solution to a multifaceted problem. Again, we're talking about money, not part of the general fund. So when we talk about a budget standpoint, this isn't something where we're saying, well, we could have spent this on God knows what. No, this is money that has to be spent or needs to be spent in this way. The single biggest thing that I take from this is Assistant Manager Kopp, City Manager Borchert, the first thing they said that we should do with the recommendations of Public Works is do this. We have Mr. Burke come and say, this is a really good idea, you ought to do this. We are up here to help the city, but we're also supposed to help the citizens, but we're also supposed to help these guys do their job. And when they come to us with a recommendation that says, we ought to do this, we got to take that into consideration. Granted, as elected officials, that's part of our responsibility, but we have to be helping these guys, bottom line. And I know, and I understand it's a whole lot of money, and if I had $450,000, that would be great, but we know this is going to be a huge undertaking. In the end, this is probably 1% or less of what this entire solution is going to cost us. This is going to be in the tens of millions of dollars. So yes, this is a big dollar amount now, but it's going to have a huge impact on those 58 people that really want to address this part of the problem. So it isn't perfect, nothing's perfect, but we ought to do this and we ought to do it now.
Thanks, Alderman Kennedy. Alderman York.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Kennedy brought up quite a few points that I wanted to bring up. I will support the $450,000. The key elements to me, it's a municipal utility fund expense. This is something that we can do to solve a lot of people's problems now. I've heard a lot of analogies to the silver bullet. There is no silver bullet. I fully understand that. We're talking about now a carbine, you know, like magazine we need to plug into our gun here, because that's the number of bullets that we're going to need to be firing as we try and fix the problems that are going on here. So I will support this, but I'm also supporting this understanding that we're going to get the comprehensive plan and that we're going to see a lot of other solutions and a lot of other things that need to be done. Specifically in Ward 4 Pine Street, we had overland flooding, water coming into people's homes because of water gathering on the streets. This is a serious issue, but we need further direction, further consultation to make sure that we solve that problem. And going back to Chairman Kennedy's comments, this is going to be in the tens of millions of dollars. This isn't going to be a $1.5 million fix for this problem. So I will support this, but I'm doing it understanding that there are no silver bullets here, that we're going to be, you know, firing quite a few bullets as we go along over the next few years. This is not a quick solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Brown, another, this is the third time, so I think if you could really wrap it up, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah,
I'd like to call the roll on this question, please.
Okay. This will be quick. The reason being is that there's been referrals, references, it is getting late, to Director Hughes as well as City Manager Borchardt's memo to us. And I guess since it really doesn't explain it in the actual referral, if I can actually make that request of, since Mr. Hughes is here and City Manager Borchardt is not, even though both names are on this memo, on why this is appropriate, because it says the remaining $450,000 is at this time best redirected to address sanitary sewer backup issues. To me, that's a very general comment. It doesn't say for the overhead sewer program, but to me it implies that it's best to be spent on the overhead sewer program at this time. So if I can get city staff, Director Hughes' opinion on that.
Michael, can you elaborate on that, please? Thank you, sir.
Certainly. I think that the gist of where City Manager Borchardt and myself were coming from, and I would wholeheartedly agree with Dr. Burke. Both programs are vital to improving the system. I think, and again, my age is showing, but I think having been through these types of situations before, we're going to find that it is, in fact, a multi-pronged attack that is going to fix our problem. There'll be systemic issues that have to be resolved, and there'll be individual issues that have to be resolved. The sanitary sewer fund, the account in the budget that this comes from, is generally intended to do anything that will improve the sanitary sewers, the number one goal being get clean water out. That's why the lining and point repairs go on. This project, you know, contemplates, in addition to protecting the homeowner, getting some of that I&I out. When Dr. Burke was asked which is more cost effective, I can't speak for the doctor, but it is hard to quantify. If I took a block and I put 2 overhead sewers in and stopped that clean water from going out versus lining it, that would be a pretty extensive effort to determine that. But I guess the way I think Tom and I viewed it was, when you line, and you're looking basin by basin in this type of work, whether it's a storm sewer basin or a sanitary sewer basin, those basins are, you know, to themselves more or less. So if you're looking in a basement, is it good to do line in a basin? If you're going to do lining, is it good to do line? Yes, it'll incrementally help everyone in that basin to do the lining. If you do the lining, some lining, and the the overhead sewer program, you're incrementally helping everybody with the lining to a lesser degree because you're doing less lining, but you're really doing a huge improvement to that individual home because you will keep it out. And I would just say that I think our experience has been that, you know, as someone mentioned, one of the aldermen mentioned, we don't go seeking these, they call us. These people have done their homework. They know the problem they had. I don't think we have anybody coming in saying, I think I want to do an overhead sewer when they took water through their window wells. They know that they got a bigger problem, the problem that we all have to work on first. But the people who saw it come up out of a floor drain in their basement and take a foot or two or more, they've done their homework and they know that, in their opinion, this would fix their problem. So to the degree there's no silver bullet, it's a sort of a silver bullet for that guy or that residence, that family. So I hope I've answered your question.
Not really.
Sorry.
So, I mean, I guess I'm not hearing an answer. And there was a conscious decision made in this memo to pick one piece over the other piece. And I haven't heard the answer on why that is.
Well, I would say the most, when we do lining, we think we're helping, I mean, we know we're helping everybody. We don't know who on that block is higher or lower, who's going to get really a bad impact on a big rain event. We just had some really big bad rain events, and we have had people go, this is what happened to me. They've identified themselves as a specific problem. We're fixing a system problem when we line. These people are saying, you could fix this house with this program. So that was, I guess, the difference as to why it was this year we said this. We don't, as you identified, we haven't had people call. We only get these by people calling us.
Is that area lined already? The south part that is seeing the sanitary backup issues, is that area
partially lined? I mean, we move basin by basin, but it's partially down there, yeah.
Basin 21, according to the notes, and Basin 15 are the next two areas that may or may not, depending on this decision, be lined. Do either of those two basins affect this area that's seeing sanitary backups?
I'd have to look at the specific addresses of where the people called in. I don't know if you have that. East End Park area. I would, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. Basin 21 says it's York to Poplar from Valette to Crescent. The next area is Basin 15, which is Bryn Haven.
Correct.
So Bryn Haven, obviously not. But I was just curious if, you know, we're delaying the lining. Are we kind of shooting ourselves in the foot here if that area is not lined already?
You know, I would just say, as I stated in the memo, it's a 30, 40-year project, and when we have made adjustments, we've tried to go to the worst basins first for lining and try to dry them out. But if all of a sudden an area seemed to be having more problems, maybe we would switch. We will be lining, I assume, long after I'm probably walking.
Thank you.
Alderman Kennedy, and I'll go to Alderman Pezza. Okay, Alderman Pezza?
Quick question for Mr. Hughes. Has the funding for this overhead sewer program always typically come out of the MUF? Is that where the money generally comes from for this program?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not an issue that it's more for a private sector than for the general public benefit?
No, it's because it's all sanitary sewer.
Okay,
so.
thanks.
Alrighty.
So, I'm sorry.
Alderman Hipskin, let's go.
So I've heard a lot of big numbers thrown out tonight, and let's put some of those numbers in perspective. The biggest number I think I heard was around 40, tens of millions of dollars, $30, $40 million. So let's look at $45 million financed over a 30-year basis. That really turns out to be $9.67 a month for your average household, which is about $400,000. That's on average. Is fixing this problem, is protecting the value of our homes, mine, Norm's, Kevin's, everybody's out there, worth a little less than $10 a month. Now, I don't really think it's going to be that expensive, but when we finance this over a long period of time, that's the kind of money we're talking about. We have 14,000 homes to really divide this out over. I don't know what the final numbers are going to be. If we can save 58 homes that are on the docket, I don't think we'll ever get to 58 in this budget year. It's just that people pulling the trigger on it and having it all done. And that's really 300, and at 5,058 is 290,000 approximately, which is what we're going to spend on this. This will help 58 homes. Our bigger problem, as I look at the map, it has to do with the south side, getting the clear water out, making sure the sewage doesn't back up. I see a problem over here. We've got some big problems, and they're going to cost some big bucks, and we're going to fix them. I'm going to do my best to fix them, and it's going to be expensive. We have one of the best bond ratings of any municipality around. We can go out for the right reasons with the right plan and get the money, and it's good. We're all going to bear the costs. But the savings that we have in the appreciation of our homes and the appreciation of our entire city is going to certainly far outweigh $9.67 a month. And that's me at the worst case scenario. So I can support this.
Thank you, Alderman. I think we heard a lot of discussion. I think at this time I ask Clerk Spencer to call the roll, please.
Healy.
Aye.
Kennedy.
Aye.
Mulliner.
No.
Wagner.
Aye.
Gutenkopf.
No.
Pezza.
No.
Shea.
No.
Leader.
Aye.
Rose, absent. Bram.
No.
Hipskin.
Aye.
York.
Yes.
Nybo.
Yes.
Morley.
Aye.
8 ayes, 5 nays, 1 absent.
8 ayes, 5 nays, 1 absent. That motion passes. And at this time, I would ask for a motion to adjourn out of Committee of the Whole. Alderman Healy, followed by Alderman Pezza, excluded by voice vote. All in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? We're adjourned. We're going to adjourn for about 5 minutes. We're going to come back at this council meeting, and I appreciate everybody's time and their patience. And
No, can we just go?
yeah.
We're late.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. And then